There's an invisible power you've been using your entire life. Every single day, you speak words without thinking about them. They tumble out of your mouth in conversations, arguments, moments of joy, moments of pain, and then they disappear into the air, and you forget about them. But they don't disappear. The Buddha made a remarkable observation about speech. He said that we create more karma, more of our future reality, more consequences through what we say than through our actions or even our thoughts. He codified 10 elements of conduct we need to care for. 3 have to do with the body, 3 with the mind, and 4 with the voice. 4 out of 10. The Buddha gave speech more importance than anything else. Tonight, you're going to hear stories. Not lectures, not rules. Just stories that reveal how words shape everything. Your relationships, your inner peace, the quality of your life tomorrow and the day after that. You don't need to do anything special right now. Just listen. Let these teachings settle into you at their own pace. If your attention drifts, that's perfectly natural. If you fall asleep, these words will still be working in the background of your mind. Tonight, you'll discover how the words you speak become the life you live. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. There was a young boy sitting in the back seat of his grandfather's car. His grandparents fought. Not occasionally, not just when something genuinely upsetting happened. They fought constantly over things that seemed, even to the boy's young mind, completely childish. Which route to take, whether the window should be open or closed. Something someone had said decades ago. Things that had nothing to do with what was actually happening. And the words they used. Sharp words, cutting words, words designed to hurt. On one drive, the grandfather said something about the traffic. The grandmother's face changed immediately. She went silent for a moment. That dangerous kind of silence that children learn to recognize. Then, she told him to stop the car. He kept driving. She insisted. Her voice got louder, sharper. Stop this car right now. So he did. He pulled over in a neighborhood they didn't know, and the grandmother opened the door and stepped out onto the sidewalk. Just like that. Because of words. The grandfather sat there, gripping the steering wheel, furious. The boy sat in the back, confused and scared, watching his grandmother walk away down the street. Eventually, she came back, got back in the car, and they drove the rest of the way in silence. This wasn't unusual. This was just what their days were like. Here's what that boy would understand many years later. His grandparents weren't fighting about traffic or windows. They were fighting about wounds that were decades old. Ancient hurts that had never healed, never been addressed, never been released. something he did years ago, something she said long before. Pain layered upon pain, year after year, until the weight of it was crushing. And they dragged all of that history into every present moment. Every small disagreement became a doorway back to those old wounds. Every conversation was an opportunity to reopen an ancient injury, to add more fuel to a fire that had been burning for decades. The Buddha said something profound about this. He said that words have the power to both destroy and heal. Not might have the power, they do have the power every single time we speak. These grandparents were using that power to destroy. Not intentionally. They didn't wake up each morning thinking, "Today I will hurt the person I married." But hurt is what they did, over and over, because they didn't know any other way. Here's what happens when we do this. We learn exactly which buttons to push. We know our partner's tender spots, the things that will cause them the most pain. And when we're hurt ourselves, when we feel small or threatened, we reach for those buttons. It feels like power in the moment. It feels like winning. But nobody wins. Both people just end up carrying more wounds, more pain to drag into tomorrow's conversation, more ammunition for the next fight. And the tragedy is this: most of those fights aren't even about what's happening now. They're about what happened years ago, disguised as present arguments. The Buddha taught that we create suffering not just through what happens to us, but through how we hold on to what happened, through the stories we tell ourselves, through the grudges we nurture and the revenge we seek. The grandmother getting out of that car wasn't really about her husband's driving or his tone of voice. It was about every time she felt dismissed, every time she felt unheard, every time she felt small, going back decades. All of that history collapsed into one afternoon. Relationships become battlefields this way. Word by word, wound by wound, until you can't remember what it was like before the war started. But here's the thing the Buddha understood. In every single interaction, we have a choice. We can reach back into our collection of old wounds and drag them into this present moment. We can use our words as weapons, knowing exactly where to aim for maximum damage. We can let ancient pain dictate how we speak today. Or we can choose something different. We can notice when we're about to push that button. We can feel the urge rising, that familiar desire to wound, because we've been wounded. And we can pause. Just pause. Take a breath. Remember that the person in front of us is suffering too. Remember that words, once spoken, can't be taken back. Remember that we have the power to heal instead of destroy. This doesn't mean we suppress our pain or pretend everything is fine. It means we learn to address what's actually hurting instead of attacking through old proxies. Those grandparents never learned this. They carried their war until the very end. And the boy in the back seat watched, learning, though he didn't know it then, exactly what not to do. The choice is always available. In every conversation, in every moment when we feel that familiar anger rising, in every impulse to wound because we've been wounded. The power sits on our tongues. We can destroy or we can heal. The Buddha knew which one leads to peace. There was once a young man who traveled to a monastery in Nepal to study. The monastery sat high in the mountains. Monks in burgundy robes, morning chants, meditation halls filled with silence. But there was one person who stood out, the monastery secretary. He was the only layperson living there, managing the monastery's affairs. After several months, the student needed to return home to renew his visa. The secretary learned about this and approached him with a request. "Since you're traveling anyway," the secretary said warmly, "would you mind taking something small to my family? Just a little gift to remind them of Nepal." The student agreed immediately. The secretary had been kind to him. Of course he would do this favor. The next day, the secretary arrived with 3 Sherpa, 3 men carrying boxes and boxes of things, kilos of flour, hundreds of prayer flags, hundreds of incense sticks, enough to fill more than 1 entire suitcase. The student stood there, stunned. He had only 1 small bag for himself. Now he would need to buy another suitcase just for the secretary's small gift. And when the student explained he could only manage 1 extra bag, the secretary became upset, disappointed. This was who the secretary was. Selfish, always taking advantage, always finding ways to benefit himself at others' expense. Everyone in the monastery knew this. Everyone had their own story of how the secretary had managed to extract a favor, push a boundary, take more than his share. And yet, he was the most beloved person in the entire monastery. Visitors would come, meet everyone, and invariably, the person they remembered most fondly was the secretary. How could this be? His manners were impeccable. When he spoke to you, his gestures were delicate, refined, as if he'd been trained to receive royalty. His voice was soft, measured. The words he chose were sweet, wrapped in warmth. Even when asking for something outrageous, like 3 suitcases carried across the world, he did it with such grace that you almost wanted to help him. The student was baffled. He knew the secretary was fundamentally self-serving, and yet, even knowing this, he found himself drawn to the man. This revealed something profound. The form of our speech, how we say things, often matters more than what we're saying. The student had also met the opposite type of person. People with genuinely good hearts, kind, trustworthy, loyal, people you could rely on in a crisis. But they spoke roughly, bluntly, without tact. Their words came out hard, even when their intentions were pure. And people didn't like them. They were avoided. Their goodness went unappreciated because the delivery was harsh. The Buddha understood this deeply. He taught his students to speak with endearing speech, to choose words that are gentle and warm, not because content doesn't matter, but because form opens the door for content to be received. Think about this in your own life. How many times have you reacted not to what someone said, but to how they said it? The tone, the edge in their voice, the dismissive gesture. You might have agreed with their words, but the way they delivered them made you defensive, resistant, hurt. And how many times have you softened towards someone simply because they spoke with warmth, because their voice carried kindness, even when delivering difficult news? This is the power the secretary wielded. He wielded it masterfully, even in service of his selfishness. But imagine that same skill used in service of genuine kindness, in service of truth and compassion. That's the invitation the Buddha offers. One practice that can transform how people receive your words. Speak to everyone as if you're speaking to the Buddha himself. With that level of respect, that awareness that the person before you is worthy of your gentlest speech. This doesn't mean being fake or overly formal. With close friends, you can be more direct. You can be playful or provocative because that intimacy has been earned. But there's a balance to find. Excessive formality can be suffocating. It creates a barrier that prevents real honesty. But rough honesty, even with a pure heart, pushes people away. The saint with harsh speech remains lonely. The middle way is this: authenticity, wrapped in warmth. Say what needs to be said. Speak truth. But deliver that truth in a way that shows you care about the person receiving it. The monastery secretary taught an important lesson, even if he himself hadn't learned the deeper truth beneath it. Form matters. Tone matters. How you make people feel when you speak matters tremendously. But form without substance is manipulation, and substance without form is often wasted because heart's close before the message can land. The Buddha's teaching asks us to bring both, to speak words that are true and beneficial, delivered with warmth and respect. When you do this, something remarkable happens. People open, they listen, they receive what you're offering instead of defending against it. Your words can finally do what they're meant to do: heal instead of harm, connect instead of divide, illuminate instead of obscure. Your honesty deserves to be heard, and it will be heard more clearly when it arrives wrapped in warmth. A spiritual teacher once gave his students a simple challenge. 1 week, 7 days of complete honesty. No exaggerations, no polite fabrications, no pretending to be something you're not. The students thought this would be easy. After all, they weren't liars. They considered themselves honest people. How hard could it be? Very hard, it turned out. The first student made it through breakfast before realizing how often he macquilaged reality. A friend asked how he was doing. The automatic response rose to his lips. Great. Everything's going well. But he paused. Was that true? Not really. He was tired, stressed about work, worried about his mother's health, but saying all that felt like too much. So he'd learned to offer a smooth, easy lie. Another student noticed how often she embellished stories. Small things, making her commute sound slightly longer than it was, exaggerating how many people attended an event, adding dramatic details that didn't quite happen. Nothing malicious, just the habit of making life sound a little more interesting than it actually was. A third student caught himself pretending to know things he didn't know. In a conversation about politics, he nodded along confidently, offering opinions on topics he'd barely thought about, just filling air with authoritative-sounding words. By day 3, all the students were exhausted. Being completely honest required constant vigilance. Every sentence needed to be examined before it left the mouth. Every claim needed to be verified internally. Is this actually true? Am I saying this because it's real, or because it's convenient? They discovered something unsettling. Much of their daily communication was designed not to convey truth, but to maintain a particular image, to appear successful, knowledgeable, put together, to avoid difficult conversations, to smooth over rough edges. One student realized she'd been lying to herself most of all. She told herself she was happy in her job when she dreaded going to work. She told herself her relationship was fine when she felt lonely even lying next to her partner. She told herself she was fine with her body when she avoided mirrors. These internal lies were the foundation for all the external ones. Once you're dishonest with yourself, being dishonest with others becomes easy, almost automatic. By the end of the week, most students hadn't maintained perfect honesty, but they'd learned something invaluable. They'd learned to notice. To notice the impulse to exaggerate, to notice the urge to impress, to notice the fear that makes them hide behind pleasant lies. The Buddha taught that deception has 4 elements that make it complete karma. First, the intention to deceive, planning ahead to mislead someone. Second, saying something false. Third, the other person believing the lie. And fourth, feeling satisfaction at having successfully deceived them. When all four are present, the karmic weight is full. But even incomplete lies create consequences. The Buddha said that three things cannot long be hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. Truth has a way of emerging eventually. It might take days or decades, but it surfaces. And when it does, the gap between what we claimed and what's real becomes visible to everyone. Here's what the teacher understood, what he wanted his students to discover. We don't lie primarily to manipulate others. We lie to anchor our own delusions. When we tell someone we're doing great, when we're falling apart, we're trying to convince ourselves as much as them. When we exaggerate our accomplishments, we're shoring up our own shaky self-image. When we pretend to be someone we're not, we're hoping that pretending hard enough will make it real. But it doesn't work that way. The distance between who we pretend to be and who we actually are creates internal tension, anxiety, a constant low-level stress from maintaining the performance. And we can't fix problems we won't acknowledge. We can't heal wounds we deny exist. We can't grow beyond patterns we refuse to see. This is why honesty with ourselves comes first. Every great spiritual practitioner shares this quality. They're willing to look clearly at who they are, including the parts they wish weren't there. The selfishness, the fear, the pettiness, the confusion. Not to judge themselves harshly, but to see clearly what needs attention. Without this clarity, spiritual practice becomes another form of pretending. We meditate to appear spiritual. We adopt beliefs to fit in with a community. We perform goodness while avoiding the actual work of transformation. The Buddha taught that the path to freedom begins with seeing things as they are, not as we wish they were, not as we pretend they are, but as they actually are. This seeing requires courage, because what we'll see isn't always comfortable. We'll see our habitual patterns of avoidance, our ways of causing harm while telling ourselves we're being helpful, our tendency to prioritize comfort over truth. But we'll also see our genuine goodness, our capacity for love, our deep wish to live with integrity, our potential for awakening. All of it becomes visible when we stop hiding behind pleasant lies. The students who completed that week of honesty, or tried to, didn't become perfect truth tellers overnight. But something shifted. They became aware of the gap between appearance and reality. And once you're aware of it, you can't pretend it's not there. You can choose to keep lying, but now you know you're doing it. You feel it each time the false words leave your mouth. And that feeling, over time, makes lying less and less appealing. Because the relief that comes with truth, even difficult truth, is so much deeper than the temporary comfort of a pleasant lie. The Buddha knew this. Truth liberates, even when it's hard, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it costs us something. It liberates because it brings us into alignment with what is. And what is the only place transformation can happen. A man walked into a pharmacy one afternoon, visibly agitated. He approached the counter where the pharmacist stood, organizing prescriptions. "I need the best medicine you have," he announced. The pharmacist looked up, a little confused. "The best medicine for what, sir?" "Just the best," the man insisted. "I don't have time for questions. This is for my mother. I want the absolute best medication you can give me. Money is no object." The pharmacist set down what he was holding. "I understand you want to help your mother, but I need to know what condition we're treating. What symptoms is she experiencing? What did her doctor prescribe?" The man's frustration grew. "You're not listening to me. I don't want something adequate or acceptable. I want the best, the most expensive, the most effective, the top of the line. Whatever that is, give it to me." "Sir," the pharmacist said patiently, "there is no single best medicine. Someone with high blood pressure needs one medication. Someone with an infection needs another. Someone with pain needs something entirely different. The best medicine depends entirely on the condition we're addressing." But the man wouldn't hear it. He kept insisting, getting more agitated, speaking louder. Eventually, the pharmacist had to call for help. Security arrived. The irony, of course, was that what the man probably needed most in that moment was a calmant, something to ease his own anxiety and agitation. This story might seem absurd. Who walks into a pharmacy demanding the best without specifying what they need it for? And yet we do this all the time with spiritual teachings. Someone discovers Buddhism or meditation or any spiritual path and immediately wants to know which practice is the best, which tradition is superior, which teacher has the highest realization, which technique will get me enlightened fastest. As if there's a single answer that applies to everyone, regardless of their temperament, their conditioning, their current state of mind, their life circumstances. The Buddha understood this deeply. He taught that his Dharma is medicine for suffering, not philosophy for debate. And like medicine, the right teaching depends entirely on who you are and what you need right now. He said, "I teach only suffering and the end of suffering. Simple, pragmatic, focused on what actually helps." In the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, teachings are understood to exist in what you might call a vertical landscape. They're not competing horizontally, one tradition against another, all vying to be the single truth. Rather, They're arranged by levels of consciousness, by degrees of subtlety and depth. Some teachings are designed for people just beginning to wake up to their own suffering. Other teachings are for those ready to question the nature of reality itself. Still others are for advanced practitioners who've already transformed much of their confusion. None is absolutely better than the others. Each serves its purpose at its level. A teaching that's perfect for you today might have confused or even harmed you 5 years ago. And a teaching that feels simple or obvious now might have been exactly what you needed back then to take your first steps. Think of it like education. Is calculus better than basic arithmetic? Well, if you're trying to engineer a bridge, yes. If you're trying to help a 7-year-old understand numbers, absolutely not. The question isn't which is superior in some abstract sense. The question is, what serves this person at this stage of their development? The highest Buddhist teaching, the view of emptiness, the nature of mind, the dissolution of subject and object, would be overwhelming, even harmful, to someone just learning to be kind to themselves. It would create more confusion, not less. And practices that are perfect for beginners, focusing on breath, cultivating compassion, understanding cause and effect, might feel too basic for someone ready for deeper investigation. This is why the Buddha tailored his teachings so carefully to each person he met. He didn't give everyone the same instruction. He offered what would actually help them take the next step. So when someone asks, "What's the best spiritual practice?" the answer has to be, the best for whom? The best for what purpose? The best at what stage of the path? There are at least 3 valid ways to answer that question. First, you can ask, what's closest to ultimate truth? What's the most refined understanding of reality? For this, traditions point to their highest teachings. But being the most refined doesn't make them the most helpful for everyone. Second, you can ask, what's optimal for you specifically right now? What practice matches your current capacity, your present needs, your immediate challenges? This answer is different for each person and changes over time. Third, you can ask, for a group of people at similar stages, what's generally most beneficial? This is how teachers decide what to offer a class or community, not the absolute highest teaching, but what will genuinely help most people present. Understanding this prevents spiritual arrogance, the dangerous belief that my practice is the best, and if you're not doing what I'm doing, you're wasting your time. That's like the man in the pharmacy, insisting everyone needs the same medicine he wants for his mother. It ignores context, individuality, the complexity of human experience. When you understand that different people need different medicine, you can appreciate all genuine paths. You can respect someone's devotional practice even if you're drawn to meditation. You can honor someone's analytical approach even if you prefer direct experience. Each path serves the people it serves, and those it serves well will grow, and eventually may need a different path, or they may go deeper into the same path and discover new dimensions within it. The Buddha wasn't trying to create a single system everyone should follow. He was offering medicine, different prescriptions, for different ailments, different stages, different beings. What matters isn't whether you're practicing the best technique in some absolute sense. What matters is whether your practice is helping you suffer less and love more, whether it's making you kinder, clearer, freer. That's the only measure that counts. The man in the pharmacy eventually calmed down. He realized he needed to talk to his mother's doctor, get a proper diagnosis, bring back a prescription that matched her actual needs. Not the best medicine in the abstract, the right medicine for her specific condition. Mahatma Gandhi was, by any measure, a political genius. He understood power, strategy, how to move masses of people toward a common goal. He outmaneuvered the British Empire, one of the most powerful forces in human history, using nothing but organized non-violence and moral clarity. But Gandhi's approach wasn't purely strategic. It had a mystical dimension that many people overlook. There were moments when everyone around him, his closest advisors, his political allies, the people who knew the situation intimately, told him not to do something. The political calculation said it would fail. The strategic analysis said it was too risky. Common sense said to wait, to negotiate, to compromise. And Gandhi would say no. Not because he had a better strategy, but because he believed in something deeper than strategy. He believed that truth itself has power. He would say, "This is true in principle, and if we plant ourselves firmly on this truth, if we refuse to compromise it, the universe itself will have to bend." It sounds almost naive, doesn't it? Like magical thinking, as if standing on principle alone could move mountains, change empires, transform history. And yet it worked. Again and again, Gandhi's seemingly impossible gambles on truth succeeded where careful strategy would have failed. The Salt March, the various fasts, the insistence on non-violence, even when violence seemed the only option. The first waves of resistance would crash against him. The criticism, the opposition, the force of the British Empire pushing back, and he would hold firm, and slowly, impossibly, the resistance would begin to crack. This is what the Buddha meant when he taught that the truth protects those who protect it. There's something about aligning yourself with what's actually true, not what's convenient, not what's comfortable, not what everyone else believes, but what's genuinely real. That creates its own kind of power. It's not immediate. It's not always comfortable. Sometimes it requires enormous patience. But truth has a way of revealing itself over time, of proving itself, of dissolving the lies and half-truths that seemed so solid. Gandhi understood this not just politically but personally. He applied the same principle to his own life, his own speech, his own relationships. He called it satyagraha, holding firmly to truth, not as a weapon against others, but as a force for transformation. This kind of commitment to truth requires something most of us find difficult: the willingness to let truth cost us something. Often, lying is easier, more convenient, less risky in the short term. Telling your boss what they want to hear rather than what they need to hear might save your job today. Exaggerating your qualifications might win you an opportunity. Hiding your real feelings might avoid a difficult conversation. But these small compromises with truth accumulate. They build a life on shaky foundations. They create a gap between who you appear to be and who you actually are. And that gap, that distance between appearance and reality, is exhausting to maintain. Gandhi bet everything on the opposite approach. He bet that truth, even when it seemed disadvantageous, would ultimately prove stronger than lies. That integrity, even when it looked like weakness, would ultimately prove more powerful than manipulation. And he was willing to pay the price for that bet. To accept the immediate costs, the criticism, the imprisonment, the danger, because he trusted in truth's long-term power. The Buddha taught something similar about karma. He said that causes and conditions that are wholesome, that align with reality, naturally produce wholesome results. Not immediately, perhaps, not in ways you can always predict, but inevitably. This is what Gandhi was trusting. Not that truth would magically solve everything, but that planting yourself in truth creates conditions that, over time, lead toward freedom rather than further entanglement. Think about your own life for a moment. Where have you compromised truth for convenience? Where are you maintaining a story that isn't quite real? Where have you built something on a foundation of half-truths? And what would it cost you to tell the truth there? Not cruelly, not recklessly, but clearly and honestly. It might cost you comfort. It might cost you certain relationships or opportunities. It might cost you the image you've been maintaining. But what's the cost of continuing the lie? The constant vigilance required to remember what story you told to whom, the anxiety of being found out, the slow erosion of your own integrity, the distance growing between who you are and who you pretend to be. Gandhi's gamble suggests there's another way. You can plant yourself in truth. You can say, "This is what's actually real, regardless of whether it's convenient." And then you can wait. Not passively, but actively holding that truth, embodying it, refusing to compromise it even when the pressure comes. And over time, something shifts. Not because truth is magic, but because truth aligns you with reality. And reality, ultimately, is more powerful than any story we tell about it. The Buddha taught that karma's mathematics are simple. What you put into the world comes back, not in a punitive way, but as natural consequence. Plant seeds of truth, and truth grows around you. Plant seeds of deception, and your life becomes tangled in stories you can't maintain. Gandhi proved this not just in his political work, but in his personal life. He made his struggles public, his doubts visible, his growth transparent. He didn't pretend to be perfect. He showed people what it looks like to keep choosing truth, even when it's difficult. And that authenticity, that willingness to be real, was part of what made him powerful. Not powerful in the sense of dominating others, but powerful in the sense of being unmovable, unshakable, rooted in something deeper than fear or ambition. This is the invitation: to invest in truth as a spiritual practice, to bet on integrity even when it seems risky, to trust that the universe eventually bends toward what's real. Not because the universe is moral or fair, but because truth has its own gravity, its own weight, its own power to transform everything it touches. There was an elderly Tibetan master named Khenchen Appey Rinpoche, who lived most of his later years in retreat. He was one of those rare teachers whose presence communicated more than most people's words. When students visited him, they felt they were in the company of someone who had gone very deep, very far on the spiritual path. Occasionally, he would come down from his retreat to visit the monastery's study academy. He would sit with the students, have tea, spend an afternoon in their company. And what struck everyone who met him was this: he never wasted a word. Not a single one. The students would gather around him, excited to be in his presence. Someone would start talking about the weather, or their travels, or some ordinary event. Khenchen Appey would sit quietly, sipping his tea, not engaging, not rudely. His presence remained warm, attentive. He wasn't checking out or disapproving. He was simply choosing not to participate in talk that served no purpose. But the moment someone mentioned the Dharma, a question about practice, a teaching they'd been contemplating, something related to the spiritual path, his face would change slightly. He would lean in, and when someone directed a question to him, he would respond. His words were precise, helpful, exactly what was needed. Not a syllable more than necessary, not a syllable less. Then he would return to his quiet presence, waiting for the next genuine opening to contribute something of value. One of his students realized after spending time with him that this wasn't a rigid rule Khenchen Appey was following. It was simply who he had become. Someone who valued words too much to waste them. The Buddha taught that the wise speak when they have something to say, not because they have to say something. There's a profound difference between these two motivations for speech. Speaking because you have something valuable to offer, insight, help, truth, genuine connection, that's one thing. Speaking because silence feels uncomfortable, because you want to fill space, because you need to assert yourself, that's something else entirely. Most of us speak far more than necessary. We comment on things that don't require comment. We offer opinions we haven't really thought through. We tell stories that don't need telling, just to keep conversation flowing. And every time we do this, we dilute the power of our words. Think about someone you know who talks constantly. When they speak, do you listen carefully? Or have you learnt to tune them out, knowing that most of what they say isn't essential? Now think about someone who speaks rarely but deliberately. When they open their mouth, everyone leans in, because they've earned the right to be heard by being economical with their speech. This isn't about being aloof or withholding. Khenchen Appey was warm, present, engaged. He simply didn't confuse presence with constant talking. The Buddha identified idle chatter as one of the 4 harmful ways we use speech. At first, this might seem harsh. Idle talk doesn't hurt anyone, does it? It's just harmless conversation, a way to pass time, to connect socially. But the Buddha saw something deeper. First, idle chatter depletes your energy. The same way your body has finite physical energy, your mind has finite mental energy, and your speech has finite verbal energy. Waste it on trivialities, and you won't have it when you need it. Second, idle talk agitates the mind. It creates a whirlpool of superficial thoughts that keep spinning long after you stop talking. Sit down to meditate after an hour of gossiping or aimless chatter, and notice how restless your mind is. Third, even seemingly innocent conversation often drifts toward negativity. We complain, we judge, we gossip, we reinforce our attachments and aversions without even realizing it. This is why people who go on meditation retreats often observe complete silence for days or even weeks. The first few days are difficult. The urge to comment, to react, to fill silence feels almost unbearable. Your mind keeps generating things you want to say, jokes you want to make, observations you want to share. But after about 3 days, something remarkable happens. The whirlpool your tongue creates in your mind begins to settle. The constant agitation starts to calm, and beneath all that noise, you discover a peace you'd forgotten existed. A deep, restful stillness that was always there, just obscured by the tornado of unnecessary speech. This is what Khenchen Appey had access to all the time, not because he was in formal retreat, but because he'd learned to stop creating the tornado in the first place. There's another benefit to economical speech: credibility. Remember the story of the boy who cried wolf? He kept raising false alarms until no one believed him anymore. His words lost all power because he'd proven them unreliable. The same thing happens when we talk too much. People learn that most of what we say isn't important, so they stop listening carefully, even when we have something genuine to communicate. But someone like Khenchen Appey, who speaks rarely and purposefully, commands attention naturally. When he chooses to speak, people know it matters. This doesn't mean you should become silent and withdrawn. That's not the point. The point is to develop discernment about when speech serves a real purpose and when it's just noise. Is what you're about to say true? Is it necessary? Is it kind? Will it contribute something of value? If not, consider whether silence might be the wiser choice. There's a kind of power in restraint, in choosing not to fill every silence, not to comment on every topic, not to add your voice to every conversation. That power comes from having something left when it matters, from being someone whose words carry weight because they're used sparingly, offered carefully, chosen with intention. Khenchen Appey wasn't performing some spiritual technique. He was simply living in alignment with what he understood: that words are precious, that silence is spacious, that the Dharma deserves our full attention, and trivial chatter does not. And in his presence, people learned something without him having to teach it explicitly: that you can be fully engaged, completely present, deeply connected with others, without filling every moment with sound. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can offer is the space of thoughtful silence. A young student of Khenchen Appey Rinpoche was asked to design a book cover for a text the monastery was about to publish. The student knew something about design and was happy to help, but he was also very busy with many other responsibilities. Days passed, and he kept meaning to work on the cover, but never found the time. Finally, the night before the deadline, he sat down and quickly created one design, just one option. He printed it out and brought it to Khenchen Appey's house the next morning. The elderly master looked at the design carefully. Then he looked up at the student and said gently, "This won't work." The student was surprised. "Why not? I think it's quite elegant. The composition is balanced. The colors are harmonious." Khenchen Appey interrupted quietly. "The Buddha's image is partially cut off. In our tradition, when we show an image of an enlightened being, we show the complete form. We don't crop it for aesthetic effect. And the image should be inside the cover, not on the outside where people might place objects on it." The student felt a wave of panic. He had only 3 hours before the printer needed the final file, and he'd brought only one design. But he didn't want to admit his poor planning, so he began arguing for his design. Yes, I understand the concern, but I think the modern aesthetic I've created here will actually draw more readers. The partial figure creates visual interest. People today respond to this kind of contemporary design. He talked about color theory, about visual flow, about contemporary publishing standards. He built a whole elaborate justification for why his design was not just acceptable, but actually superior to what the tradition suggested. Finally, he used the word that gave away his real motivation. "I insist," he said. "I really believe this design will serve the book well. I insist that we use it." Khenchen Appey looked at him with those calm, clear eyes. And he said something that completely deflated the student's entire argument. "I don't insist," the master said softly. "I gave you my understanding of what would be appropriate based on our tradition. But it's your design. Do whatever you think is best." And with that, the conversation was over. The student left with his design, technically free to use it, but he felt completely defeated. Because Khenchen Appey had done something unexpected. He had refused to fight. He hadn't doubled down on his position. He hadn't tried to convince or control. He'd simply offered his perspective and then let go completely. "I don't insist." Those 3 words revealed something the student hadn't understood about himself. How desperately he needed to be right. How strongly he wanted his ideas validated. How much he was clinging to his own way. The master, by contrast, held no attachment to the outcome. He'd said what he believed was appropriate, based on tradition and respect, and then he'd released it entirely. The student went home and created a new design that honored the tradition, not because he was forced to, but because the master's non-insistence had shown him something about his own rigidity. The Buddha taught that letting go gives us freedom. But we misunderstand what this means. We think it means not caring, being passive, having no preferences. That's not it at all. Khenchen Appey cared about the design. He had clear thoughts about what would be appropriate. He wasn't indifferent. But he didn't need to win the argument. He didn't need to impose his view. He could offer his best understanding and then release all attachment to whether it was accepted. This is very different from how most of us operate. When we share our opinion, we invest our ego in it. If someone disagrees, it feels like a personal rejection. We defend our position not because we're sure we're right, but because backing down feels like losing. We turn conversations into tennis matches, volleying arguments back and forth, trying to score points, waiting for our chance to smash the ball past our opponent. But Khenchen Appey wasn't playing tennis. He was making an offering. "Here's what I understand," he was saying. "Here's what seems true to me. Take it or leave it. My peace doesn't depend on your agreement." This is what spiritual maturity looks like. Not having no opinions, but holding opinions lightly. Not being wishy-washy, but being unattached to outcomes. not being passive, but being free from the need to control others' choices. When you can do this, something remarkable happens in your interactions with people. They stop feeling pressured by you. They stop experiencing your advice or perspective as an imposition. And paradoxically, they become much more likely to actually consider what you've offered. Because you're not trying to win. You're not making it about you. You're simply presenting what seems true and then stepping back, allowing them to engage with it freely. This is the gift without expectation that the Buddha talked about. You offer your best, your insight, your help, your perspective, and then you release it completely. It's no longer yours to control. What people do with it is their choice, their responsibility, their path. The student learned something valuable that day. Not about design, but about the difference between confidence and rigidity. Confidence allows you to offer what you know without attachment. Rigidity makes you defend your position regardless of whether it's serving anyone. Confidence says, "Here's what I've learned. Use it if it helps." Rigidity says, "I insist I'm right, and you should agree." One creates space for dialogue and growth. The other creates resistance and conflict. And the Buddha knew which one leads to peace. Khenchen Appey's simple, "I don't insist," was perhaps the most powerful teaching he could have offered in that moment. Not because it was sophisticated or profound, but because it demonstrated what freedom actually looks like. The freedom to care deeply without clinging desperately. The freedom to offer generously without demanding acceptance. The freedom to be right without needing anyone to acknowledge it. That's a freedom worth cultivating. There was once a thriving spiritual community that had been meeting together for years. They'd built something beautiful, a sangha where people could practice together, support each other's growth, study the teachings in a spirit of genuine friendship. The community wasn't perfect, of course. No community is. There were occasional disagreements, different perspectives, the usual friction that comes when human beings try to work together. But the foundation was solid. People cared about each other. They shared a commitment to the path. Then something happened. Someone overheard a conversation, or thought they did. They heard one of the community leaders say something that sounded critical of another member, or maybe dismissive, or maybe it was taken out of context. The details don't matter as much as what happened next. The person who overheard this didn't go directly to the leader to ask about it. Instead, they shared it with a friend. Can you believe they said that? The friend, concerned, shared it with someone else, who shared it with someone else, each retelling adding a little more interpretation, a little more assumption, a little more certainty about what had really been meant. Within a week, The community had fractured into camps. Some people believed the leader had shown their true colors and couldn't be trusted. Others defended the leader and accused the original person of creating drama. People who had been friends for years stopped speaking to each other. And here's the tragic part. The leader hadn't actually said what people thought. The comment had been misheard, misunderstood, and then amplified through multiple retellings into something far more damaging than the original words. But by the time the truth came out, the damage was done. Trust had been broken. Alliances had formed. People had said things in anger they couldn't take back. Several members left the community entirely, disillusioned with the whole mess. Some even left their spiritual practice altogether, deciding that if this is what Sangha looked like, they wanted no part of it. Years of harmony, destroyed by words. The Buddha identified creating division in a spiritual community as one of the 5 most serious, harmful actions a person can commit. The other 4 are obvious in their severity: killing your mother, killing your father, killing an enlightened being, intentionally harming a Buddha. These are acts of profound violence. And then there's this one, creating a schism in the Sangha. At first glance, it seems out of place in that list. How can speaking divisive words be as serious as murder? But the Buddha understood something we often miss. When you destroy a spiritual community, you're not just affecting the people currently involved. You're destroying all the good that community would have generated into the future. All the people who would have been helped, all the teachings that would have been shared, all the support that would have been offered, all the growth that would have happened, all the suffering that would have been alleviated. One act of division can unravel years of careful building. It can send people away from the Dharma entirely. It can poison the reputation of spiritual community for everyone who witnesses it. This is why the Buddha weighted it so heavily. And it doesn't require malicious intent. Most people who create division don't set out to destroy community. They just speak carelessly. They gossip without thinking. They share information that should have remained private. They add their own interpretation to what they've heard. The Buddha said that a word can start a war. Not metaphorically, literally. Throughout history, conflicts have erupted because of words spoken in anger. Rumors spread without verification. Inflammatory speech that turned disagreement into violence. On a smaller scale, words divide families, end friendships, shatter communities. So what's the antidote? One of the most respected Western Buddhist teachers, Venerable Tenzin Palmo, offers a simple rule: never say something about a person who isn't present that they wouldn't be happy to hear if they were. Read that again slowly. It's a high standard. Not just, don't say false things about people. Not just, don't spread malicious gossip. But don't say anything about someone, even if it's true, that would hurt them if they heard it. This doesn't mean you can never discuss difficulties with others or seek advice about challenging relationships. But it does mean being extraordinarily careful about how you speak about people who aren't there to represent themselves. The wisest teachers actually go further. They actively look for opportunities to praise people who aren't present, to recognize their virtues, to speak well of them, to build them up rather than tear them down. Because words don't just affect the person being talked about, they affect everyone listening. They shape the culture of any group or community. If people know that when they leave a room, others will speak kindly of them, trust deepens. If people fear that their absence will be the cue for criticism, community fragments. The community in our story never fully recovered. Some people returned eventually. New people joined who didn't know the history. But something had been lost. That innocent trust, that sense of safety, that feeling that this was a place where you could be vulnerable without fear of being talked about behind your back. All because words that should have been spoken face to face were instead whispered to others. All because assumptions were shared as facts. All because people forgot that speech has consequences. The Buddha's teaching here is clear. If you want to be part of building something beautiful with others, guard your speech about those others with extraordinary care. Don't let your mouth become a weapon that divides what should stay whole. Don't be the person whose words shatter years of careful building. Don't trade the temporary satisfaction of gossip for the permanent damage of broken trust. Because once words are spoken, they spread like ripples on water. And by the time you realize the damage they're doing, it's too late to call them back. A family was gathered around the dinner table. Parents, children, maybe some extended family. The details don't matter. What matters is what one person in that family was feeling: bored. The conversation was pleasant enough, but painfully mundane. Someone talking about their day at work. Someone else describing a minor home repair. The kind of everyday talk that families share when there's nothing particular happening. And this person, let's call them the instigator, felt an urge to make something happen, to create some spark, some drama, some energy in what felt like a very dull evening. So they dropped a grenade into the middle of the conversation. "You know," they said, casually, "I've been thinking about what Uncle James said at the last gathering, about how some people in this family contribute more than others." The table went quiet. Uncle James looked confused. He didn't remember saying that, or at least not in those words. Aunt Marie's face flushed because she knew exactly how that comment might be interpreted and who it might be aimed at. Dad's jaw tightened. Mom tried to change the subject, but it was too late. The grenade had been thrown, and now everyone was reacting to it. What had been a peaceful, If boring, family dinner became tense, old resentment surfaced, defensive explanations were offered. Someone made a sharp retort. Someone else left the table upset. And the instigator? They sat back and watched the explosion they'd created, feeling, somewhere beneath, the apparent concern on their face, a little satisfied. Finally, something interesting was happening. This pattern isn't limited to family dinners. It happens in friend groups, at work, in any gathering where people get bored with harmony and unconsciously seek to create conflict for entertainment. We do it online constantly. People post deliberately provocative comments not because they believe them or even care about them, but because they want to see people fight. They want to watch the chaos unfold. They want to be the one who caused something to happen. These people are called trolls on the internet, but we're all capable of being trolls in person. The Buddha called this idle speech, and he understood its danger. Not just the obvious danger, the immediate conflict it creates, but the subtler damage it does to the person who engages in it. When you use words to create unnecessary drama, you're training yourself in a particular way of being. You're teaching yourself that peace is boring, that harmony needs to be disrupted, that your entertainment matters more than other people's comfort. You're also avoiding something. Why do we feel such discomfort with peaceful moments? Why does harmony feel boring rather than precious? Why do we need to fill every silence with something, even if that something is chaos? Usually, it's because beneath the boredom is something we don't want to feel. Maybe it's loneliness, even in a room full of people. Maybe it's anxiety about our own life that we're distracting ourselves from. Maybe it's an emptiness we don't know how to be with. So we create external drama to avoid internal discomfort. We throw the grenade and then get absorbed in watching the explosion, temporarily forgetting whatever was bothering us beneath the surface. But it doesn't work for long. The distraction is temporary, and we've just damaged relationships and trust in the process. The Buddha taught that idle speech leads to idle suffering. Idle here doesn't mean insignificant. It means unnecessary, created without purpose, suffering that didn't need to exist. When you drop that conversational grenade at the dinner table, you create real pain. People walk away hurt. Trust erodes. The next family gathering will be more tense because everyone remembers what happened last time. And none of it was necessary. None of it served any purpose except your momentary entertainment. Here's what the Buddha understood about this pattern. It's violence disguised as boredom. We don't usually think of provocative speech as violence. It's not hitting someone. It's not breaking something. It's just words. But words create real consequences. They damage real relationships. They cause real pain. And when we deploy them carelessly for our own amusement, We're using them as weapons, even if we tell ourselves we're just keeping things interesting. The antidote isn't to never speak about difficult things. It's not to maintain false harmony by suppressing all genuine disagreement. The antidote is to examine our motivation. Am I bringing this up because it genuinely needs to be addressed? Because clearing the air would actually help? Because honest communication would serve everyone involved? Or am I bringing this up because I'm bored? Because I want to see people react? Because creating conflict feels more entertaining than sitting with peace? If it's the latter, the Buddha would suggest finding healthier ways to engage with your boredom. Maybe actually feel the boredom instead of running from it. Maybe discover what's underneath it. Maybe learn to be comfortable with moments that aren't dramatic or stimulating. Because here's what the instigator at that dinner table didn't understand. The price of their entertainment was everyone else's peace. And over time, people learn who throws grenades. They become wary around that person. They don't relax in their presence. They keep their guard up. The temporary satisfaction of creating drama comes at the cost of genuine connection. And genuine connection is infinitely more valuable than the cheap thrill of watching people argue. The Buddha taught that our words create the world we inhabit. If you use words to create chaos, you'll live in chaos. If you use words to create harmony, you'll live in harmony. It's not complicated. It's just cause and effect. The instigator could have chosen differently. They could have noticed their boredom and simply sat with it. They could have found a way to engage authentically rather than provocatively. They could have appreciated the peace of that ordinary dinner rather than destroying it. And if they had, everyone would have finished the meal feeling nourished rather than disturbed. The family would have grown closer rather than more fractured. And the instigator themselves would have learned something valuable about being with their own experience without needing to create external drama. But they threw the grenade instead. And that choice, the Buddha would say, says something about the world they're creating for themselves. One word, one disruption, one unnecessary conflict at a time. There was a child, maybe 7 or 8 years old, who did something children do. Made a mistake, spilled something, forgot something, said something awkward. The specifics don't matter because this story has happened in countless variations, in countless homes, to countless children. What matters is what happened next. A parent, tired, stressed, at the end of their patience, said something sharp. Not a correction, not even an angry reprimand, but something that cut deeper. "You're so stupid sometimes." Or, "Why can't you be more like your sister?" Or, "I don't know what's wrong with you." Or, "You're such a disappointment." Just a sentence, a handful of words spoken in a moment of frustration. The parent might not have even remembered saying it later that day. But the child remembered. And 30 years later, that adult, now with their own career, their own family, their own life, still carries those words like a thorn lodged in their heart. They might be accomplished, successful by any external measure, but somewhere inside, there's still that 8-year-old who believes they're stupid or disappointing or fundamentally flawed. The wound might show up as perfectionism, working obsessively to prove they're not a disappointment, or as self-sabotage, unconsciously confirming what they know to be true about themselves, or as difficulty accepting love, because how could anyone love someone so fundamentally wrong? The Buddha said that words are like arrows. Once released, they cannot return. This isn't just poetic language. It's a precise description of how speech works. An arrow, once shot, follows its trajectory to the target. You can't call it back mid-flight, can't soften its impact once it's left the bow. It lands where it lands, and does what damage it does. Words work the same way. You can apologize after. You can explain what you meant. You can try to mitigate the damage, but you can't unsay what's been said. The words have already landed, already pierced, already done their work. This is especially true with children. A child's mind is extraordinarily receptive. Like soft clay, it takes the imprint of everything that touches it. And a child's heart is tender, in a way adult hearts no longer are, not yet armored by years of experience, not yet skilled at deflecting pain. Words that an adult might shake off or contextualize, a child absorbs as fundamental truth about who they are. When a parent says, "You're so stupid," an adult might hear, "They're frustrated with this specific situation." But a child hears, "I am stupid. That's what I am. That's the truth about me." And once that belief lodges in a developing mind, it becomes part of the architecture of self-perception. It shapes decisions, relationships, the whole trajectory of a life. The parent in our story didn't intend this outcome. They weren't trying to traumatize their child. They were just tired, overwhelmed, at the end of their rope. They spoke without thinking. They said what came to their mouth in a moment of frustration, without considering the full weight of those words. But the Buddha's teaching about arrows applies regardless of intention. The arrow doesn't care if you meant to shoot it where it landed. The wound doesn't care if you were having a bad day. The damage is the same whether it was calculated or careless. This is why harsh words feel temporarily powerful. In the moment, when you're angry or frustrated, lashing out verbally gives a sense of release. You discharge your pain by inflicting pain on someone else. It feels like power, like control, like finally getting someone to understand how you feel. But it's a false power. a destructive power, the power to damage, not the power to heal or build or strengthen. And it often damages the speaker as much as the listener. That parent, years later, might remember what they said and feel crushing guilt, might see the effects playing out in their now adult child's struggles and recognize their own contribution to that pain, might wish desperately that they could take back those words, shoot that arrow differently, have that moment to live over again. But they can't. None of us can. This is what makes speech so serious, so worthy of our careful attention. There's a particular form of harsh speech that our culture has normalized: sarcasm. We treat sarcasm as harmless wit, as clever humor, as a sign of intelligence. But the Buddha would call it what it actually is: socially acceptable cruelty. Sarcasm works by saying one thing while meaning another, usually to mock or diminish someone. It's aggression wrapped in the plausible deniability of humor. I was just joking. Can't you take a joke? But the target of sarcasm feels the cut, even if they can't quite name it, especially children, who don't yet have the sophistication to understand why they feel bad about something that was supposedly funny. The Buddha's teaching here is uncompromising. If you care about the vulnerable, be careful with your words. Especially with children, whose self-perception is still forming. Especially with people who are suffering, whose defenses are already low, especially with anyone who has less power than you in the situation. Because the wounds we carry from harsh words don't just affect us individually. They affect everyone we interact with. The child who was told they were stupid might become an adult who can't accept compliments, who sabotages their own success, who passes that same harsh criticism onto their own children. The arrow shot in one generation keeps traveling, finding new targets, creating new wounds. This isn't meant to create guilt or despair. It's meant to create awareness. If you're a parent, a teacher, someone who works with young people, or anyone in a position of influence over others, the Buddha is inviting you to recognize the power you hold. Every word you speak to someone vulnerable lands somewhere. Either it helps them grow stronger, more whole, more confident in their inherent worth, or it plants seeds of self-doubt, shame, or pain that might take decades to uproot. You get to choose which kind of seed you're planting. Not always. Sometimes we fail. Sometimes we speak carelessly. Sometimes our own pain speaks through us. But we get to choose again in the next moment, and the next, and the next. The Buddha taught that all beings carry invisible wounds. Everyone you meet is fighting a battle you know nothing about. Everyone carries scars from words spoken to them long ago. Everyone is more fragile than they appear. When you understand this, harshness becomes much harder. Not because you're being weak or overly cautious, but because you recognize what's actually at stake. You recognize that your words have power to heal or to harm, and that this power is too important to wield carelessly. The child in our story grew up. They did the work of healing those old wounds, of separating who they actually are from what they were told about themselves. But the scar remains, not debilitating necessarily, but always there, a reminder of the day a handful of words changed something inside them forever. And somewhere, the parent who spoke those words carries their own scar, the knowledge of damage done, the wish for a different choice, the understanding that came too late to prevent the wound, but early enough to prevent causing others. This is why the Buddha taught us to guard our speech with such care. Not as a rule to follow mechanically, but as a practice of love for those we speak to and for ourselves, who must live with the consequences of our words long after they're spoken. There was once a person who talked constantly, not in the sense that they never stopped speaking. They did pause occasionally for breath, but in the sense that whenever there was an opening in a conversation, whenever there was a moment of silence, whenever there was space for words, they filled it. They had opinions about everything, commentary on every topic, stories that connected to every situation, observations about every event. Their voice was a constant presence in every gathering. And yet, if you asked someone who knew this person well what they'd actually said, they'd struggle to remember. Not because they had poor memory, but because, after a while, all those words stopped registering as meaningful. They became like background noise, present but not requiring attention. This person had developed what you might call the boy who cried wolf syndrome. Remember that old story? A shepherd boy watching sheep grows bored and cries, "Wolf!" as a joke. The villagers rush to help. When they discover there's no wolf, they return to their work, annoyed, but forgiving. The boy does it again, and again, and each time, the villagers respond a little less urgently. Their trust erodes a little more. Then one day, a real wolf appears. The boy cries, "Wolf!" but now, no one comes. They've learned that his cries mean nothing. He's depleted his credibility so thoroughly that his words have lost all power, even when they finally carry truth. This is what happened to our constant talker. Friends learned to tune them out. When they spoke, people nodded politely, but didn't truly listen. Their words had become wallpaper, just there, filling space, requiring no real engagement. And then, inevitably, a moment came when they actually needed to be heard. Maybe they discovered something important they needed to share. Maybe they were in genuine distress and needed help. Maybe they had an insight that could have helped someone else. But when they spoke, no one paid attention, because they'd trained everyone around them not to listen. The Buddha taught that better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace. This isn't just a preference for quality over quantity. It's a recognition of how speech actually works, how credibility builds, how influence develops. When you speak rarely but meaningfully, people learn that your words carry weight. When you speak constantly without discernment, people learn that your words are probably disposable. Think about people you know who have genuine influence. Chances are, they're not the ones who talk most. They're the ones who speak deliberately, who wait for the right moment, who say less, but mean it more deeply. When they finally do speak, everyone leans in, because they've earned the right to be heard by being economical with their speech. This is what our constant talker never understood. They thought their voice mattered because it was loud, because it was present, because it filled space. They didn't realize they were spending their credibility like currency, and that currency, once spent, is very hard to recover. There's another cost to constant speech. We become numb to our own voice. When words tumble out without much thought, when we speak on autopilot, when we let our mouth run while our mind is elsewhere, we lose touch with the power of our own speech. We forget that words can heal or harm, that they can build or destroy, that they carry weight and create consequences. We start treating our own words as carelessly as others have learned to treat them, as meaningless sounds that don't require much attention or responsibility. The Buddha taught that speech is one of our most important karmic activities. More than our physical actions, more than our mental states, what we say creates lasting effects in the world. It shapes relationships, influences others, creates ripples that extend far beyond the moment of speaking. When we speak mindlessly, we're creating karma mindlessly. We're setting causes in motion without any awareness of what effects might follow. Strategic silence is different from uncomfortable silence. Strategic silence is choosing not to speak when speech won't serve. It's the pause before responding rather than reacting. It's the restraint that comes from knowing your words will have more impact if they're rare. Uncomfortable silence is what most people are trying to avoid when they fill every gap with chatter. It's the awkwardness we feel when conversation lulls. It's the anxiety that makes us talk just to have something happening. The constant talker was running from uncomfortable silence their entire life. Because in silence, they might have had to face whatever was underneath all that noise. The anxiety, the loneliness, the need for validation, the fear of being forgotten if they weren't constantly reminding people of their presence. But running from silence meant they also ran from themselves. They never developed the capacity to be with their own experience without immediately narrating it, commenting on it, turning it into another story to tell. This is the tragedy of empty speech. Not just that it annoys others or depletes credibility, but that it keeps the speaker trapped on the surface of their own life. They never dive deep because they're too busy chattering at the shallow end. Recovering the power of your word is possible, but it requires practice. Start noticing when you speak from habit rather than intention. Catch yourself filling silence just because it's there. Notice when you're about to offer an opinion on something you haven't really thought about. And in those moments, try choosing silence instead. Not as punishment or suppression, but as experiment. What happens if you don't fill that space? What emerges if you let the silence be? At first, it will probably feel uncomfortable. Your mind will generate things you should say. You'll worry people will think you're boring or disengaged. But gradually, something shifts. You discover that you don't need to comment on everything. That silence isn't awkward unless you make it awkward. That your words, when you finally do speak, start to carry more weight. People begin to notice. Oh, they don't usually speak up. This must be important. And suddenly, you have influence you lacked when you were speaking all the time. The constant talker eventually learned this lesson, though it took years. They realized that their endless speech had been a kind of absence, not presence. They'd been so busy making noise that they'd forgotten how to communicate anything real. And when they finally started speaking less, something unexpected happened. People started actually hearing them. The words they did choose to share landed differently. Conversations became exchanges rather than monologues. And they discovered something the Buddha had known all along. True presence doesn't require constant speech. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can offer is the spaciousness of thoughtful silence, broken only when you truly have something worth saying. When he was 16, a young man got a job working in a hospital. It wasn't glamorous work, mostly helping patients with daily activities, keeping them company, making sure they had what they needed. But it gave him something unexpected, access to wisdom he couldn't have found anywhere else. He started interviewing the elderly patients. Not formally, just conversations during his shifts. He'd ask them about their lives, their memories, the choices they'd made, what they'd learned over 8 or 9 decades of living. And what he heard changed how he understood his own life. These people in their 80s and 90s would tell him about their 15 minutes of fame, the time they were at the peak of everything: successful career, thriving family, respected in their community, everything going according to plan. "I thought that was it," one woman told him. "I thought I'd figured out life. I had the perfect job, the perfect house, the perfect family, and I just assumed that's how it would be from then on." But it never was. Every single person he interviewed had a story of unexpected change. The job they lost suddenly, the diagnosis that changed everything, the relationship that ended, the opportunity that appeared out of nowhere, the tragedy no one saw coming. One man had been a successful banker, living in a mansion, on track to early retirement. Then the economy collapsed. He lost everything and spent the next decade rebuilding a completely different life in a completely different city. A woman had raised 3 children, was looking forward to grandchildren and a comfortable old age with her husband of 40 years. He died suddenly at 58. She was still processing that loss 20 years later. Another person had planned to stay in their hometown forever, surrounded by lifelong friends and familiar places. Then circumstances they couldn't have predicted took them to 3 different countries across 4 decades. They never imagined they'd end up where they were, but here they were. The young man began to see a pattern. Life wasn't a straight line from beginning to end. It wasn't a simple story with predictable chapters. It was more like an epic novel with unexpected twists, sudden reversals, chapters you never saw coming. The Buddha taught that the trouble is, we think we have time. We live as if our current circumstances are permanent, as if the way things are now is the way they'll always be, as if we can put off important conversations, meaningful changes, deep questions until later. But the 90-year-olds knew better. They'd lived long enough to see how quickly permanent situations dissolve, how suddenly secure foundations crumble, how unexpectedly new chapters begin. And they'd learned something essential. One page doesn't define the story. When you're in the middle of a crisis, when you've lost the job, when the relationship is ending, when the diagnosis comes, when everything you counted on is falling apart, it feels like that's the story. It feels like the defining chapter, the thing your life will be about from now on. But the 90-year-olds knew that crisis was usually just one chapter in a much longer narrative. The bankruptcy led to a career change that became more fulfilling than the original path. The devastating loss opened space for growth that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. The forced move introduced them to people who became crucial to their later life. Not because everything happens for a reason. The Buddha never taught that comfortable lie. But because life keeps unfolding, keeps offering new chapters, keeps providing opportunities to write the story differently. This is what gave the young man perspective he wouldn't have had otherwise. When something difficult happened in his own life, when he felt like everything was falling apart, he could remember those conversations. He could remember that this was one page in a much longer book, that the story wasn't over yet. The 90-year-olds also taught him about writing your final chapter first. One of the patients, a man who'd spent his life accumulating wealth and status, told him something striking. "I can't believe I wasted so much time on things that don't matter," he said. "Now that I'm here, none of that matters. What matters is the people I loved and whether I lived with integrity." But he'd spent decades not knowing that. He'd organized his entire life around goals that, in the end, felt empty. Another patient had done something different. She'd decided in her 30s what she wanted to be able to say on her deathbed. What would make her feel she'd lived well? What would she need to be true about her life to die at peace? And then she'd worked backward from there, making choices based on that endpoint rather than on immediate pressures or cultural expectations. She was the most peaceful person in that hospital ward. Not because her life had been easy, it hadn't, but because she'd maintained clarity about what actually mattered, and that clarity had guided her through all the unexpected turns. The Tibetan yogi Milarepa said, "My religion is simple. I want to die without regret. Not without having made mistakes. That's impossible. But without regret, meaning without the burden of knowing you betrayed your own values, abandoned what was important, lived according to others' expectations, rather than your own deepest truth." The young man learned that regret, for most people at the end of life, isn't about things they did. It's about things they didn't do. The conversation they never had, the risk they didn't take, the love they didn't express, the dream they never pursued, the person they never became because they were too busy being who they thought they should be. This perspective, this view from the end of life looking back, changes everything about how you live now. It helps you see current problems as smaller than they feel. It helps you identify what actually matters versus what just seems urgent. It helps you make choices aligned with your deepest values rather than surface pressures. The Buddha taught that understanding impermanence, really understanding it, not just intellectually, but in your bones, is one of the most transformative insights possible. Because when you truly grasp that this life is temporary, that your time is limited, that you don't know how many chapters you have left, you stop postponing what matters. You have that difficult conversation now. You express that love now. You make that change now. You pursue that dream now, because you understand that later might not come. The young man eventually left that hospital job, but he carried those conversations with him for the rest of his life. Whenever he faced a major decision, he would imagine himself at 90, looking back. What would that future self wish he'd chosen? What would make that old man proud? What would he regret not doing? And that perspective, borrowed from people who'd actually lived those 9 decades, became his compass. It reminded him that life is an epic novel, not a short story. That one chapter, no matter how difficult or glorious, doesn't define the whole narrative. That he was still writing the story, one choice at a time. And most importantly, it reminded him of what the Buddha taught, that the trouble is, we think we have time. We don't. None of us do. Not in the way we assume. But knowing that, really knowing it, isn't depressing. It's liberating. Because it clarifies what matters and gives you permission to let go of what doesn't. It helps you write your final chapter now in how you're living today. It invites you to live without regret, guided by what you'll wish you'd done when you're looking back from the end. The 90-year-olds taught him that. And they taught him something the Buddha knew, that wisdom isn't just about understanding truth, but about living it while you still can. A teacher was sitting in a restaurant, eating alone, observing the world around him. At the table next to his sat a couple, perhaps in their 40s, casually dressed, settling in for dinner. They seemed pleasant enough, normal, just two people sharing a meal. The teacher, curious about human nature, decided to conduct a small experiment. He noted the time on his watch as they began talking. He wanted to see how long it would take for their conversation to drift into familiar territory, the territory most human conversations eventually find. The conversation started innocently. Work matters, something about traffic, plans for the weekend. The usual pleasant exchange between two people who know each other well. The teacher kept his eye on his watch. 7 minutes. That's how long it took before one of them started complaining about someone who wasn't there. A co-worker who'd done something annoying. The other joined in, adding their own story about someone else. Within 10 minutes, they were deep in discussion about all the ways certain people in their lives were disappointing, frustrating, or difficult. Not viciously. These weren't cruel people. Just ordinary people doing what ordinary people do, bonding over shared grievances, finding connection through mutual complaints. By 15 minutes, the conversation had shifted to admiring worldly things. Someone they knew had bought a new car. Wasn't it impressive? Another person had gotten a promotion. Imagine making that much money. A neighbor had renovated their house. The kitchen alone must have cost a fortune. The teacher put his watch away. The experiment was complete. He'd seen what he expected to see. The Buddha taught that from the mouth comes both poison and nectar. We like to think we're above this pattern, that we're different from those people in the restaurant, that our conversations are more elevated, more meaningful, more conscious. But the truth is, most of us fall into the same patterns without even noticing. Put any group of people together, at dinner, at work, at a family gathering, and start a timer. How long before the conversation drifts toward criticism? How long before someone's talking about who's doing what wrong? How long before the discussion turns to material concerns, to status, to comparison? This isn't because people are bad. It's because we're unaware. The Buddha understood something crucial about human speech. When we're not paying attention, when we're not consciously choosing our words, what comes out is usually a reflection of our afflictions. Our jealousy emerges as criticism of those who have what we want. Our insecurity surfaces as putting others down to feel better about ourselves. Our attachment expresses itself as obsessing over material things. Our anger finds targets in stories about who wronged us. This is why the Buddha said, "We're not just a neutral loudspeaker, amplifying whatever's around us. We're more like a radio constantly broadcasting our internal state." If that internal state is clouded by what Buddhism calls the three poisons, greed, hatred, and delusion, then that's what broadcasts through our speech, automatically, without us even realizing it. The couple in the restaurant had no idea they were doing this. They weren't trying to gossip or complain or obsess over material things. It just flowed naturally from them, the way water flows downhill, taking the path of least resistance. And this is true for most of us most of the time. Unless we're actively practicing awareness, unless we're consciously choosing our speech, we default to these patterns. They're the grooves we've worn in our minds through repetition, through cultural conditioning, through years of unconscious habit. So what's the antidote? The Buddha taught that we need to cultivate discernment about our speech, not in a rigid, rule-following way, but in a genuinely aware way. This means noticing, in real time, as you're speaking, what's actually coming out of your mouth. Are you complaining? Are you criticizing someone who isn't there? Are you obsessing over material concerns? Are you reinforcing your attachments and aversions through what you're saying? And if you notice this happening, you have a choice. You can continue the pattern, letting the afflictions speak through you. Or you can pause, redirect, choose something different. This doesn't mean becoming fake or suppressing your genuine feelings. It means becoming conscious of what you're putting into the world through your words. The teacher wasn't judging the couple in the restaurant. He was observing a universal pattern, one he'd seen countless times, one he'd caught in himself countless times. Because the truth is, we're all capable of this. We all have these tendencies. We all default to unconscious speech unless we practice otherwise. But here's what's hopeful about this understanding. Once you see the pattern, you can change it. You can catch yourself mid-complaint and redirect. You can notice when you're about to criticize someone and choose silence instead. You can feel the urge to obsess over material things and let it pass without speaking it. This isn't repression. It's wisdom. Repression would be pretending you don't have these thoughts and feelings. Wisdom is acknowledging them internally, while choosing not to reinforce them through speech. Because every time we speak our jealousy, we strengthen jealousy. Every time we voice our resentment, we deepen the groove of resentment. Every time we express our attachment to material things, we tighten that attachment's grip. And conversely, every time we catch ourselves and choose differently, we weaken those patterns. Not by fighting them, but by not feeding them. The couple eventually finished their meal and left, probably having enjoyed their evening together, completely unaware that they'd spent much of it reinforcing the very mental patterns that create suffering. The teacher finished his meal too, reflecting on how often he'd been that couple, how many dinners he'd spent in unconscious speech, broadcasting his afflictions without awareness. And he renewed his commitment to practice. Not to be perfect, that's impossible, but to be aware, to catch the patterns more quickly, to choose more consciously what he puts into the world through his words. Because the Buddha taught something both sobering and empowering, we create karma more through our speech than through any other action. More than what we do with our bodies. More than what we think in our minds. What we say has the most powerful and lasting impact on our lives and on the lives of those around us. Which means that learning to speak consciously, to notice what's coming out of our mouths, and choose wisely, is perhaps the most important practice we can undertake. Not because it makes us good people, but because it makes us aware people, and awareness is the first step toward any real change. There's a phenomenon on the internet that most people recognize: trolls. These are people who post deliberately provocative comments on social media, in forums, in the comments sections of articles. Not because they believe what they're saying, not because they care about the topic, but because they want to watch what happens next. They drop an inflammatory statement into a peaceful discussion and then sit back, arms crossed, watching people argue. The anger, the outrage, the long threads of people trying to correct each other, to prove their point, to win the argument. It's entertainment for the troll. Free drama, created with just a few carefully chosen words. We recognize this behavior online and call it out. Don't feed the trolls, we say. They're just trying to get a reaction. But here's what the Buddha would point out. We do the same thing in person, at dinner tables and family gatherings and social events. We just don't call it trolling. A group is sitting together, conversation flowing peacefully, everyone relatively content. And someone feels that familiar restlessness, that sense that things are too calm, too boring, too uneventful. So they drop a comment. You know what Sarah said about the way this family handles money? Or, I heard something interesting about Marcus's new relationship. Or, did you all know that David didn't vote the way we thought he did? It doesn't matter what the specific comment is. What matters is the intention behind it, creating drama where there was peace, stirring conflict where there was harmony, generating entertainment out of other people's discomfort. This is in-person trolling, and we're all capable of it. The Buddha taught that idle speech leads to idle suffering. Idle here doesn't mean insignificant. It means unnecessary, created without purpose, suffering that didn't need to exist. When you drop that conversational grenade, whether online or at a dinner table, you create real consequences. People get upset, Relationships strain. Trust erodes. The atmosphere shifts from relaxed to tense. Someone might leave hurt. Others might say things they'll regret later. And none of it was necessary. None of it served any purpose beyond momentary entertainment for the person who started it. This reveals something uncomfortable about human nature. We're attracted to conflict. Not always, not constantly, but often enough that it's worth examining. Peace can feel boring. Harmony can feel uneventful. We crave stimulation, excitement, drama. And when our lives feel too quiet, too settled, too ordinary, we sometimes create chaos just to feel something happening. But the Buddha asked us to look deeper. What are we really running from when we do this? Usually, it's discomfort with our own internal state. Maybe there's an anxiety we don't want to feel. Maybe there's a loneliness that emerges in quiet moments. Maybe there's an emptiness we're trying to fill with external stimulation. So, we create drama outside ourselves to avoid what's happening inside ourselves. We throw the grenade and then get absorbed in watching the explosion, temporarily forgetting whatever was bothering us. But it doesn't work for long. The distraction is temporary, and we've just damaged relationships and trust in the process. Online trolls are easy to recognize because they're often anonymous strangers doing it for obvious entertainment. In-person trolls are harder to recognize because they're our friends, our family members, sometimes ourselves. And the motivation isn't always as obvious. Sometimes we tell ourselves we're just being honest, or raising important issues, or keeping things interesting. We create justifications for behavior that's really just about avoiding our own discomfort by creating it in others. The Buddha's teaching on this is clear. Examine your motivation before speaking. Are you about to say this because it needs to be said? Because it will actually help someone? Because there's a genuine problem that needs addressing? Or are you about to say it because you're bored? Because peace feels uncomfortable? Because you want to see what happens? Because creating drama feels more interesting than sitting with stillness? If it's the latter, the wise choice is silence. Not suppression, not forcing yourself to swallow words that genuinely need to be spoken, but discernment, recognizing when speech will create unnecessary suffering and choosing not to inflict that suffering. This requires us to develop a different relationship with boredom and peace. What if calm isn't something to be disrupted, but something to be treasured? What if harmony isn't boring but precious? What if those quiet moments with others are actually opportunities for genuine connection rather than empty spaces to be filled with manufactured conflict? The internet trolls have taught us something valuable. We can see clearly in them what we do in subtler ways ourselves. They're extreme versions of a common human tendency. They're showing us, in exaggerated form, the pattern of creating suffering for entertainment. And once we see it clearly in them, we can start noticing it in ourselves. The next time you're in a group and feel that urge to drop a provocative comment, pause. Notice what you're feeling. Is there anxiety underneath the boredom? Is there loneliness underneath the restlessness? Is there something you're trying to avoid feeling by creating external drama? And then make a conscious choice. You can feed that urge, throw the grenade, watch what happens. Or you can sit with whatever discomfort is arising, let it be there, without needing to export it onto others. The Buddha taught that we have more power over our speech than we realize. We're not victims of our impulses. We're not forced to say everything that comes to mind. We can notice the urge to create drama and choose differently. This doesn't make us passive or boring. It makes us conscious. It makes us people who create peace rather than conflict, who build up rather than tear down, who contribute to harmony rather than disrupting it. And paradoxically, when you stop trying to make things interesting through manufactured drama, life becomes genuinely interesting. Because you're finally present enough to notice what's actually happening, rather than constantly creating distractions from it. The trolls, online and in person, are missing out on real connection, real peace, real satisfaction. They're trading something valuable for something cheap and temporary. The Buddha's invitation is to make a different trade, to give up the cheap thrill of creating drama in exchange for the deep satisfaction of cultivating peace. It's a trade that pays dividends for the rest of your life. A spiritual teacher had to navigate a delicate balance in how he spoke to different people, with strangers, or people he'd just met, or those who didn't yet know him well. His speech was carefully cushioned, gentle, wrapped in multiple layers of politeness and consideration. For example, if he wanted to encourage someone to develop a meditation practice, he might say, "Perhaps, if it resonates with you, you might consider exploring the possibility of meditation at some point in the future." 6 cushions. 6 soft layers between the direct suggestion and the person receiving it. The message was there. Meditation would be beneficial, but it was so wrapped in gentleness that the person's ego barely felt any pressure. They could receive the suggestion without feeling criticized or pushed. But with close friends, people he'd known for years, people he had deep trust with, his speech was completely different. To those same friends, he might say, "Stop being lazy and sit down to meditate. 40 minutes minimum, every day. No excuses." Direct, blunt, even provocative. Same message, completely different delivery. The Buddha taught us to adapt our teaching to the listener. Not because truth changes based on who's hearing it, but because people's capacity to receive truth varies enormously based on context, relationship, and trust. With strangers or new acquaintances, there's no foundation of trust yet. They don't know your heart. They don't understand your intentions. They haven't experienced your care for them over time. So if you're too direct, too blunt, it can feel like an attack. Their defenses go up. They might reject not just your words, but you as a person. The message gets lost in the delivery. This is why the teacher used all those cushions with people who didn't know him well. Not because he was being fake or dishonest, but because he understood that wrapping truth in gentleness makes it more likely to be received. Think of it like giving medicine to a child. You can hand them a bitter pill and demand they swallow it. Or you can hide it in something sweet that makes it easier to take. Either way, they get the medicine. But one approach is far more likely to succeed. With close friends, though, all those cushions become unnecessary, even counterproductive. When you have years of trust, when someone knows you love them, when they've seen you show up for them repeatedly, you can be more direct. Because they'll hear your directness through the filter of that established relationship. They know you're not attacking them. They know you're not trying to make them feel bad. They know you're offering truth precisely because you care about them. So when the teacher told his close friend to stop being lazy, the friend heard, "I care about you enough to be honest about what I see. You have potential you're not living up to, and I believe in you enough to call you on it." But if he'd said the same thing to a stranger, they would have heard, "This person is judgmental and rude." Same words, completely different reception because of the different contexts. There's a danger on each extreme of this spectrum. On one end, you can become so formal, so cautious, so wrapped in politeness that genuine communication becomes impossible. The teacher once worked with a committee organizing an event where there were clear conflicts and disagreements among the members. But they were all so polite to each other, so careful not to offend, that they couldn't actually address the problems. He had to tell them, "You need to be a bit less polite right now. Have the actual disagreement. Say what you really think. Otherwise, we can't solve anything." Excessive formality can suffocate honesty. It creates a barrier that prevents real connection and problem solving. But on the other extreme, rough honesty without any warmth pushes people away. You might have met people like this, genuinely good-hearted, with real integrity, trying to help. But their communication style is so harsh, so blunt, so lacking in warmth that people avoid them. Their goodness goes unappreciated because the delivery is too rough. They're like a saint with no social skills, right in content but wrong in form, and the wrong form prevents the right content from landing. The Buddha's middle way applies here too. The goal isn't maximum politeness or maximum bluntness. It's appropriate calibration based on the specific relationship and situation. With people you don't know well, more cushions, more gentleness, more care in how you deliver truth. With people you know deeply, fewer cushions, more directness, trusting the relationship to carry the truth even when it's uncomfortable. But always, whether with strangers or friends, the underlying quality should be warmth. Even when being blunt with close friends, even when saying, "Stop being lazy," there should be love underneath it. Care, a genuine wish for their well-being. If the bluntness comes from irritation, from superiority, from wanting to put them down, it's not wisdom. It's just harshness, dressed up as honesty. The teacher knew this. His directness with close friends came from deep care, and they could feel that. So even when his words were tough, they landed as love, not attack. This is the skill the Buddha wants us to develop, reading situations accurately and calibrating our speech accordingly. Not manipulating people by telling them what they want to hear, not being dishonest or fake, but being wise about how we deliver truth so that it can actually be received and used. Think about your own relationships. Are there people you're too cautious with, using so many cushions that genuine communication never happens? Maybe it's time to risk a bit more directness, trusting they can handle more honesty than you've been giving them. Are there people you're too harsh with, being so blunt that they've stopped listening to you? Maybe it's time to add some cushions, wrapping your truth in more warmth so they can actually hear it. The Buddha taught that effective communication requires both truth and skillful means. Truth without skillful means is like medicine forced down someone's throat. They might vomit it back up. Skillful means without truth is like candy, pleasant, but not nourishing. We need both. Truth delivered with wisdom about how to make it receivable. And that wisdom develops through practice, through paying attention to how people actually respond to different approaches, through learning to read relationships accurately and adapt accordingly. The teacher never stopped refining this skill. With each person, in each situation, he was asking himself, how many cushions does this moment require? How can I deliver this truth in a way that serves rather than harms? And gradually, his speech became more effective. Not because he compromised truth, but because he learned to deliver it with wisdom. A spiritual teacher noticed a pattern in the people who came to see him for guidance. Many of them weren't actually seeking guidance at all. They were seeking validation. Someone would come to him with a problem, lay out the whole situation in careful detail, explain all the complex factors involved, and then they'd ask, What do you think I should do? But if the teacher listened carefully, not just to the words, but to the energy behind them, he could tell they'd already decided what they wanted to do. They weren't looking for his perspective. They were looking for his approval. They wanted him to confirm their plan, to bless their choice, to put his stamp of authority on the decision they'd already made. And if he suggested something different, they'd immediately have a dozen reasons why that wouldn't work. Well, yes, but you don't understand. I've already tried that, and that's a good idea in theory, but in my specific case. The teacher came to recognize this pattern instantly. These people weren't looking for wisdom. They were looking for a rubber stamp. The Buddha taught that you are your own refuge. Not in the sense that you don't need teachers or guidance. You do. But in the sense that ultimately, no one can save you from yourself. No one can make your decisions for you. No one can do your work for you. And no one can validate a choice that deep down you know is wrong. When people come seeking validation rather than wisdom, they're usually trying to avoid looking at something they already know. They know their relationship isn't working, but they want someone to tell them it's fine to stay. They know they're in the wrong career, but they want someone to confirm it's okay to keep playing it safe. They know they're avoiding a difficult conversation, but they want permission to keep avoiding it. What they're really asking is, please tell me, I don't have to change. Please tell me the problem isn't me. Please confirm that my current approach is working, even though everything in my experience suggests it isn't. The teacher learned not to play this game. When someone came seeking validation disguised as advice, he would often just listen. He'd let them talk themselves in circles. He'd ask questions that pointed them back to what they already knew. What do you think you should do? What does your intuition tell you? If you already knew the answer, what would it be? These questions were designed to bypass the seeking validation mechanism and connect the person with their own knowing. Because here's what the teacher understood. People almost always know what they need to do. They just don't want to do it. They don't want to have the hard conversation. They don't want to make the scary change. They don't want to take responsibility for their life. So they go shopping for someone who will tell them it's okay not to. The Buddha was clear about this dynamic. He didn't coddle people or tell them comfortable lies. He pointed to reality and invited them to see it clearly. If someone came to him complaining about suffering but unwilling to examine their own role in creating it, he wouldn't pretend everything was fine. He'd point to the truth, even if, especially if, it was uncomfortable. This is what genuine teachers do. They care about your growth more than your comfort. They care about truth more than being liked. The teacher knew that if he gave people the validation they sought, he'd be doing them a disservice. He'd be helping them stay stuck. He'd be confirming their delusions. He'd be acting as an accomplice to their avoidance. So instead, he became a mirror. Not a harsh mirror, Not a judgmental mirror, but a clear one, reflecting back what he saw, without adding flattery or criticism, showing people themselves as accurately as he could. And often, that reflection was enough. When people saw themselves clearly, saw their patterns, their avoidance, their self-deception, they couldn't quite maintain the same story they'd been telling themselves. Sometimes they got angry at him for not giving them what they wanted. Sometimes they went away disappointed. Sometimes they never came back. But sometimes, often enough to make it worthwhile, something shifted. The person stopped seeking validation and started seeking truth. They stopped trying to get someone else to take responsibility for their life and started taking it themselves. This is what the Buddha meant by being your own refuge. Not that you don't need guidance. You do. Not that you should never seek advice. You should. But that ultimately you have to be willing to see your own situation clearly and take responsibility for your own choices. No teacher, no matter how wise, can do that for you. The teacher knew that his job wasn't to make people feel better about bad choices. His job was to help them see more clearly so they could make better choices. Sometimes that meant saying uncomfortable things. Sometimes it meant refusing to give the validation people sought. Sometimes it meant simply sitting in silence and letting the person feel the weight of their own knowing. Because the truth is, most people don't need more information. They need more honesty, with themselves first, and then with others. They need to stop looking for someone to tell them it's okay to stay stuck, and start acknowledging what they already know needs to change. The Buddha taught that this kind of honesty is the foundation of all spiritual growth. Without it, you're just collecting teachings and techniques while avoiding the actual work. You're building elaborate structures of spiritual concepts while the foundation remains unstable. With it, even small practices become transformative, because you're no longer trying to use spirituality to avoid reality. You're using it to see reality more clearly and respond more wisely. The teacher never judged people for seeking validation. It's a human impulse, understandable and common. But he also never fed that impulse. Instead, he offered something more valuable, the invitation to stop seeking external validation and start trusting your own clear seeing. To stop looking for someone to take responsibility for your life and start taking it yourself. To stop asking, "What should I do?" when you already know, and start asking, "Do I have the courage to do what I already know needs doing?" That's a much scarier question, but it's also a much more honest one. And honesty, the Buddha knew, is where all genuine transformation begins. A student was struggling with a question about spiritual paths. She'd been studying Buddhism seriously, had learned about different philosophies, different approaches, different traditions within Buddhism itself, and now she was confused. If traditions are organized vertically, she asked her teacher, with some being more refined, more accurate, closer to truth, doesn't that make them better? Doesn't that mean some paths are superior to others? The teacher smiled. He'd heard this question before. "Let me tell you about cats," he said. The student looked confused, but she listened. "Generally speaking," the teacher continued, "a long, fluffy tail is beautiful on a cat. It's elegant, expressive, aesthetically pleasing. If you're choosing a cat based purely on appearance, a magnificent tail is desirable." The student nodded, wondering where this was going. "But imagine," the teacher said, "that this cat lives in a nursing home. In the common room, there are 12 elderly residents sitting in rocking chairs, rocking gently back and forth, all afternoon." The student started to see where this was going. For a cat living in that environment, a long tail is a disaster. Every time it walks through the room, its tail gets caught under a rocker. The poor cat is constantly getting hurt, learning to navigate a minefield of moving chairs. What was beautiful and elegant in one context becomes a dangerous liability in another. The teacher paused, letting this sink in. "So," he asked, "is a long tail better or worse?" "It depends," the student answered slowly, "on where the cat lives." "Exactly," the teacher said. "Context determines value." The Buddha taught that he offers medicine, not philosophy. This is a crucial distinction that many people miss. Philosophy debates abstract truth, what's real, what's ultimate, what's most refined or accurate in some objective sense. Medicine asks a different question. What will actually heal this person's suffering? And the answer to that second question always depends on context. A teaching that's perfect for someone at one stage of the path might be completely wrong for someone at a different stage. Not because the teaching is bad, but because it doesn't match where that person actually is. This is why the Buddha taught so many different practices, emphasized different aspects to different people, offered what seemed like contradictory instructions to various students. He wasn't being inconsistent. He was being responsive to actual needs rather than committed to abstract principles. The student was still processing this. "But," she said, "aren't some teachings objectively closer to ultimate truth, more refined in their understanding of reality?" "Yes," the teacher agreed, "and that matters in certain contexts. If you're asking which teaching points most directly to the ultimate nature of mind, there are answers to that question. But that's different from asking which teaching is best for you right now, or best for your friend, or best for a particular community at a particular time." He continued, "There are at least 3 valid ways to answer the question, what's the best practice? What's the best practice? First, you can ask, what's closest to ultimate truth in an absolute sense? What's the most refined understanding possible? That's a valid question with real answers. Second, you can ask, what's optimal for me specifically, right now, given my temperament, my conditioning, my current capacity? That's a different question with different answers. And third, you can ask, what's generally most helpful for a group of people at similar stages? What will serve the majority of people in this community or at this event? The student was beginning to understand. So when someone says their path is the best, the teacher said, you have to ask, best for what purpose? Best for whom? Best at what stage? Best in what context? Without that context, the question is meaningless. Like asking if a long tail is better without specifying where the cat lives. This understanding prevents 2 common problems in spiritual communities. First, it prevents arrogance. When you understand that your practice is optimal for you right now, but might not be optimal for someone else at a different stage, you can't claim absolute superiority. You can deeply value your path without needing to diminish others' paths. Second, it prevents relativism. Some people hear, context determines value, and think it means all paths are equally valid for everyone, that there's no such thing as better or worse, that everything is just subjective preference. But that's not what the Buddha taught. He was very clear that some understandings are more refined than others, that some practices lead more directly to liberation, that there is a progression on the path. The key is holding both truths simultaneously. There is a vertical dimension to spiritual development, and there is appropriate matching between teaching and student. The most sophisticated teaching offered to a beginner will overwhelm and confuse them. It's like trying to teach calculus to someone who hasn't learned basic arithmetic. The calculus is more advanced, but forcing it on someone who isn't ready does more harm than good. Similarly, keeping an advanced practitioner at beginner-level teachings does them a disservice. They need deeper instruction that matches their developed capacity. The teacher watched his student absorb this understanding. So I don't need to worry about whether I'm practicing the best teaching, she asked. Worry about whether your practice is actually helping you, he replied. Is it reducing your suffering? Increasing your capacity for love? Making you kinder, clearer, freer? If yes, it's working for you right now. That's what matters. And when it stops working, she asked. Then you look for what comes next, he said. You don't need to figure out your entire path from beginning to end. You just need to know what's helpful right now, at this stage, given who you are and what you need. And crawls. The too. The student felt relief wash over her. She'd been so anxious about choosing the right path, about not wasting time on inferior practices, about whether she was advanced enough for certain teachings. But now she understood. The question wasn't whether she had the most refined teaching in some absolute sense. The question was whether her practice was actually serving her growth right now. And it was. She could feel it. She was changing, softening, becoming more aware and less reactive. That was enough. That was what the Buddha called skillful means. Using what works, respecting what helps, trusting the process, rather than obsessing over rankings. The teacher smiled at his student's visible relief. "Remember the cat," he said. "A beautiful tale can be perfect or disastrous, depending entirely on where the cat needs to live. Your spiritual path is the same. What matters isn't whether it's objectively the highest. What matters is whether it's right for you, right now, in the actual circumstances of your life." And that, the Buddha knew, was a question each person had to answer for themselves. There was once a spiritual seeker who'd spent years studying various paths. He'd read about Buddhism, practiced some yoga, explored different meditation techniques, attended talks on non-dual philosophy. He'd collected books, taken online courses, joined different groups. But he'd never really committed to any one path. Always in the back of his mind was the worry. What if this isn't the right one? What if I'm wasting my time? What if there's a better path I haven't found yet? So he kept shopping, kept exploring, kept trying to figure out which tradition held the real truth before he invested himself fully. This went on for years. Finally, he traveled to see a Zen master who'd been recommended to him. He arrived at the master's simple dwelling with his questions carefully prepared. "Teacher," he said, "I've studied many paths, but I can't figure out which one to follow. How do I know which teaching is true? How can I be sure I'm not wasting my time on the wrong approach?" The master listened, then led the student down to a river near the monastery. Along the riverbank, several boats were moored. Fishing boats, passenger vessels, small rowboats, elegant crafts with sails. "Tell me," the master said, gesturing to the boats, "which of these is the right boat?" The student looked confused. "The right boat for what, teacher?" "Exactly." The master nodded. "The right boat for what?" He continued, "If you need to catch fish, that boat serves you best. If you need to cross quickly, perhaps the one with a strong sail. If you're traveling shallow waters, you need something different than if you're going into the deep. Each boat has its purpose." "But surely," the student protested, "some boats are better built than others. Some will get me across more reliably." "Perhaps," the master agreed, "but a fishing boat, no matter how well built, won't serve you if you need to transport cargo. And the finest passenger vessel in the world is useless to a fisherman who needs to work. The student was beginning to understand. So the question isn't which spiritual path is objectively best, he said slowly, but which one serves my actual journey. The master smiled. Now you're asking the right question. The Buddha taught that all genuine spiritual paths share a common aim: freedom from suffering. They may use different methods, emphasize different aspects, speak in different languages, but they're all boats designed to carry people across the waters of confusion and pain toward the shore of clarity and peace. The question isn't which boat is the boat, but which boat serves you. And that depends on several factors. First, where are you starting from? What's your temperament? Are you naturally devotional or analytical? Do you connect better through ritual or through meditation? Through community or through solitude? Second, what obstacles do you face? Is your main challenge anxiety, anger, confusion, doubt? Different paths have different strengths in addressing different obstacles. Third, what's available to you? The perfect path doesn't help if you have no access to teachers or community or resources to support your practice. The seeker had been trying to bypass all these practical questions by finding the one true path that would work for everyone. But such a path doesn't exist. But how do I know which one is right for me? The student asked. By getting in the boat, the master replied. He explained, you can stand on the shore forever, analyzing boats, comparing designs, reading manuals about nautical engineering, or you can choose a boat that seems promising and start rowing. You'll learn more in 1 week of actual practice than in a year of comparative study. You'll discover what helps you and what doesn't. You'll see whether you're making progress or just spinning in circles. And if the boat isn't working, the student asked, then you choose a different one, the master said simply. But at least you'll know from experience rather than speculation. And the act of rowing, even in the wrong boat, teaches you about rowing. The Buddha was famous for this pragmatic approach. He didn't waste time arguing about metaphysical theories or competing with other spiritual teachers. He simply asked, does this practice reduce suffering? Does it work? If it worked, keep doing it. If it didn't work, try something else. It was that simple. The master had one more thing to add. Remember, he told the student, the boat is not the destination. Once you reach the other shore, you don't need to carry the boat on your back. What do you mean? The student asked. Spiritual teachings are tools, not truths to cling to forever. They serve their purpose, and then you can let them go. Don't become so attached to your particular boat that you forget you're trying to reach the shore. This was perhaps the most important teaching. People often confuse the path with the goal. They become so identified with their particular tradition that they forget all traditions are just means to an end. They defend their boat as if criticizing the boat is criticizing the ocean itself. But the ocean doesn't care which boat you use. The ocean just is. Similarly, reality doesn't care which path you take to see it clearly. Reality is what it is, regardless of what conceptual framework you use to approach it. The student left the riverside with a different feeling. He'd arrived anxious, paralyzed by indecision, desperate to find the one right answer before committing to anything. He left with clarity. He just needed to choose a boat and start rowing. Not the perfect boat. There was no such thing. Not the ultimate boat that would work for everyone. Just a good enough boat that could serve his journey from where he was to where he wanted to go. And if it turned out he'd chosen poorly, well, he'd learn from that too. He'd gain experience, develop discrimination, discover what actually works for him versus what sounds good in theory. The master watched him go, knowing the student had learned the most important lesson. Analysis without practice is just another way to avoid the actual journey. The Buddha knew this. That's why he taught people to test his instructions through direct experience rather than accepting them on faith. Get in the boat. Start rowing. See what happens. Everything else is just standing on the shore, looking at boats, going nowhere. A teacher was instructing his students on the importance of ethical codes, not as rigid rules imposed from outside, but as protection they create for themselves. Some of you might think, he said, that you're too flawed to maintain ethical commitments, too impulsive, too habitual, too set in your ways. You think, I'll never be able to keep these precepts, so why bother making the commitment? He paused, letting them sit with that familiar resistance. But that's exactly backward, he continued. You adopt ethical codes precisely because you're imperfect. You make commitments now, when you're clear, to protect yourself later, when you're confused. One student raised a hand. Can you give an example? The teacher nodded. Imagine you decide, right now, in this moment of clarity, no matter what happens, I will not shout at people unless there's an emergency. Even if I'm provoked, even if I'm furious, I will not raise my voice in anger. You make that commitment when you're calm, when you can see clearly that shouting doesn't help, that it damages relationships, that you always regret it afterward. Then, 3 weeks later, you're in an argument. Someone pushes your buttons. Rage rises up in you. Your habitual pattern is to explode, to shout, to unleash that anger. But now there's something in the way. That commitment you made, your best self speaking to your worst self, saying, "Remember, we don't do this anymore." It might not stop you completely the first time, the teacher admitted, but it creates friction, a moment of awareness, a chance to choose differently. Without that commitment, you're at the mercy of habitual patterns. With it, you have a fighting chance to respond differently. The Buddha taught that we should make a lamp unto ourselves. Part of what this means is creating guidance for ourselves in advance of needing it, building structures that support our best intentions before we're tested by difficult circumstances. Ethical commitments are exactly this kind of structure. They're not imposed from outside by some judgmental authority. They're choices you make about who you want to be and how you want to move through the world. And you make these choices when you're thinking clearly, not when you're in the thick of emotional reactivity. The teacher told them about a traditional Buddhist perspective. One of my Lamas said, "We adopt vows because we're going to break them." The students looked confused. What he meant, the teacher explained, is that we make commitments, knowing we're imperfect, knowing we'll stumble, knowing we'll need to course correct repeatedly. If we were already perfect, we wouldn't need ethical guidelines. We'd naturally do the right thing in every situation. But we're not perfect. We have blind spots, reactive patterns, moments of confusion and weakness. So we create these commitments as guardrails, as reminders, as ways to catch ourselves before we cause too much damage. One student asked, "But doesn't breaking a commitment make things worse? Don't we feel guilty and discouraged?" "Only if you misunderstand the purpose of ethical codes," the teacher replied. "They're not tests you pass or fail. They're tools for growth. When you notice you've broken a commitment, that's valuable information. You get to see your patterns, understand what triggers you, learn what you need to work on. Then you recommit, not with guilt or shame, but with renewed clarity about what you're aiming for. This is different from how many people understand ethical rules. Often, we think of them as ways to prove we're good people, or to earn some kind of spiritual points. And when we break them, we feel we've failed, we're bad, we might as well give up. But the Buddha's approach was much more practical. Ethical guidelines are trainings. You train gradually, developing capacity over time, learning from your mistakes, becoming more skillful in your choices. Nobody expects a person learning to play piano to perform a concert immediately. You practice, you make mistakes, you improve gradually. Ethical development works the same way. The teacher had his students try an exercise. Think of one area of speech where you know you create problems for yourself, he said. Maybe you gossip. Maybe you exaggerate. Maybe you're sarcastic in ways that hurt people. Maybe you complain constantly. Just pick one thing you genuinely want to change. The students thought for a moment. Now, he continued, make a commitment, a clear, specific commitment about that one behavior. Not forever, just for this week. Not perfectly, just as best you can, knowing you might slip up. And write it down, make it concrete. So when the moment comes, when you're about to engage in that pattern, there's something specific you've committed to, not just a vague intention to be better. This specificity matters enormously. I'll try to be nicer is too vague to be useful when you're actually triggered. But I will not raise my voice, no matter how angry I feel, is concrete enough to remember and follow. The Buddha understood human psychology deeply. He knew that good intentions fade quickly under pressure. He knew that habitual patterns are powerful and resist change. He knew that without clear commitments made in advance, people default to whatever's easiest in the moment. So he taught his students to create these ethical scaffolds, not as prisons, but as support structures that help them become who they aspire to be. The teacher watched his students write down their commitments. One more thing, he added. These commitments aren't about pleasing anyone, not me, not the Buddha, not even yourself in some self-improvement competition. They're about recognizing that your actions have consequences, that how you speak shapes your relationships, your inner state, your whole life, and that you have more power over this than you realize. When you make these commitments, you're not trying to become someone else. You're trying to live in alignment with what you already know is true. This is what the Buddha meant by taking refuge in yourself. Not that you don't need guidance. You do. Not that you should reinvent everything. You shouldn't. But that ultimately, you're the one who has to do the work, make the choices, live with the consequences. And ethical commitments are how you help yourself do this work. Your clear mind helping your confused mind. Your wise self protecting your reactive self. Your future peace being safeguarded by your present clarity. One student looked up from writing. What if I break this commitment tomorrow? The teacher smiled. Then tomorrow you notice you broke it. You see what happened, what triggered you, what you can learn, and you recommit. Again and again if necessary. That's the practice. Not perfection, but persistent recommitment to who you want to become. And that, the Buddha knew, is how transformation actually happens. One commitment, one choice, one conscious moment at a time. An elderly grandmother was teaching her grandson about speaking wisely. He was reaching the age where his words were starting to have real impact on others, where what he said could help or harm, build up or tear down. She wanted to give him something simple he could use for the rest of his life. Before you speak, she told him, ask yourself 3 questions. The boy listened carefully, as he always did when his grandmother spoke. She was the wisest person he knew. First question, is it necessary? She explained, "Many things we say don't need to be said. They're redundant. They add nothing. They just fill air. Before speaking, ask yourself, does this need to be said by me? Does it need to be said now? Does it serve any actual purpose?" The boy nodded. Understanding this made sense. Second question, is it true? "This seems obvious," she said, "but notice how often we shade the truth, exaggerate, repeat things we haven't verified, say things we don't really know. Before speaking, ask yourself, do I actually know this is true? Am I certain? Or am I passing along assumptions, gossip, or my own interpretations as if they were facts?" The boy thought about times he'd done exactly this and felt a little ashamed. "And third question," his grandmother said, "is it kind?" "But grandmother," the boy interrupted, "what if something is true but not kind? Shouldn't I still say it if it's true?" His grandmother smiled. This was exactly the question she'd been waiting for. "Listen carefully," she said. "Truth alone is not enough reason to speak." She continued, "There are trillions of true things in this universe. The distance from here to the moon is true. What you ate for breakfast 3 weeks ago is true. The number of leaves on that tree is true. But you don't speak these truths, do you? You choose which truths to speak based on what's relevant, what's helpful, what serves some purpose. So when you know something true about a person, something that might embarrass them, hurt them, or cause them pain, ask yourself, why am I choosing to speak this particular truth? Is it necessary? Does it actually help the situation? Or am I speaking it just because I can? Or to feel superior? Or to wound someone who wounded me? The boy was beginning to see the wisdom in this. The Buddha taught that well-spoken words bear fruit. But what makes words well-spoken isn't just that they're true. It's that they're true, necessary, kind, and well-timed. All these elements work together. You might know something true about a person's past mistakes, but is it necessary to bring it up at a family gathering? Is it kind to remind them of something they've worked hard to move beyond? Or are you choosing that particular truth because it serves your ego in some way? The grandmother gave her grandson an example. Imagine your friend is nervous about an upcoming performance, she said. You know that last time they performed, they made several mistakes. That's true. Is it necessary to remind them of those mistakes right before they perform again? Is it kind? Does it help them? Or would it be wiser to speak a different truth, perhaps to remind them of the times they performed well, to encourage their preparation, to support their confidence? Both are true, but one serves them and one doesn't. This is the discernment the Buddha wanted people to develop. Not lying or hiding truth, but choosing wisely which truths to speak and when to speak them. The grandmother continued her lesson. Sometimes all three filters align, she said. Something is necessary, true, and kind to say. When that happens, speak freely. Those words will help. Sometimes only two align. Maybe something is necessary and true, but not kind, like telling someone they have food in their teeth. You still say it, because the minor discomfort serves them. But when something fails all three filters, or even two of them, think very carefully before speaking. You're probably about to cause unnecessary harm. The boy asked, "What about when I'm angry at someone? Sometimes true things come out when I'm angry." "Ah," his grandmother said. "That's when these filters are most important. When you're angry, your mind searches for truths that will wound. It finds the most hurtful true things it can and wants to speak them as weapons. This is when you must pause. Yes, these things might be true, but are they necessary to say right now? Are they kind? Are they being spoken to help or to harm?" Usually, when we're angry, we're choosing truth specifically because they'll hurt. That's using truth as a weapon, not as medicine. The Buddha understood this dynamic deeply. He knew that we often hide behind honesty to justify speech that's really about venting our own emotions or punishing others. "I'm just being honest" becomes an excuse for cruelty. "Someone had to say it" becomes justification for speech that serves no one. Real honesty, the Buddha taught, is always paired with compassion. Not compassion that avoids difficult truths, but compassion that carefully considers how and when those truths should be delivered. The grandmother had one final teaching for her grandson. "These three filters aren't meant to make you silent," she said. "They're meant to make your words more powerful. When you speak rarely, only when something is necessary, true, and kind, people listen. Your words carry weight. They know you've thought carefully, that what you're saying matters. But if you speak constantly without filtering, people learn to tune you out. Your words become noise." The boy understood. He'd seen this in people he knew, some whose every word mattered because they spoke so deliberately, and others whose endless talking meant nothing because they never filtered anything. The Buddha taught that guarding speech is one of the most important practices. Not guarding it by suppressing or censoring, but by bringing consciousness to it, by asking these simple questions before speaking, by developing the habit of pausing rather than automatically saying everything that comes to mind. The grandmother hugged her grandson. "Remember these three questions," she said. "They're simple, but if you use them your whole life, you'll avoid so much unnecessary suffering, yours and others." And he did remember. Years later, when he was grown, he would sometimes catch himself about to say something and hear his grandmother's voice. Is it necessary? Is it true? Is it kind? And often, More often than he would have imagined when he was young, the answer to at least one question was no. So he didn't speak. And in that silence, he honored both his grandmother's wisdom and the Buddha's teaching. That the words we don't say are often just as important as the ones we do. In the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, there are senior masters whose reputations extend across continents. These lamas have tens of thousands of students, lead major monasteries, hold important lineages. Their influence is vast, their responsibilities enormous. And if you observe how they spend their time, a surprising amount of it goes toward one particular activity: building and maintaining harmony between different groups. The Dalai Lama is perhaps the most visible example. Despite everything else he does, teaching, writing, meeting with world leaders, he dedicates enormous energy to maintaining connection between different Buddhist traditions, different practice communities, different schools of thought within Buddhism itself. Why does he do this? Why do so many realized masters spend precious time on what might seem like administrative work or politics? Because they understand what the Buddha understood. Harmony is sacred work. When community fractures, when groups divide, when practitioners turn against each other, something far more valuable than ideas or territory is lost. What's lost is the container itself, the space where transformation can happen, where people can support each other's growth, where the Dharma can be transmitted and practiced together. The Buddha identified creating schism in spiritual community as one of the 5 most harmful acts a person can commit. This seems strange to some people. How can dividing a community be as serious as killing? But the Buddha saw clearly, when you destroy spiritual community, you destroy the conditions for countless people's awakening. Not just the people currently practicing together, but all the people who would have been helped in the future. All the teachings that would have been shared. All the suffering that would have been alleviated. All the support that would have been offered. One act of division can unravel decades of careful building. So these master lamas work tirelessly to maintain and repair connections. They mediate disputes between groups. They find common ground between different approaches. They build bridges between traditions that have historical tensions. They remind people of shared goals when they're focused on differences. It's not glamorous work. It often happens behind the scenes, but it's essential. Because spiritual communities are fragile things. They're made of human beings with egos, opinions, attachments, and blind spots. They're vulnerable to all the ways humans create conflict, misunderstanding, jealousy, wounded pride, competing ambitions, different visions, hurt feelings. Without conscious effort to maintain harmony, communities naturally drift toward division. Small disagreements become factions. Different perspectives become opposing camps. People who should be allies become adversaries. And once division takes hold, it's much harder to heal than to have prevented. This is why these masters invest so much in prevention. They teach about the importance of harmony. They model how to disagree respectfully. They intervene early when they see tensions developing. They remind people constantly of what matters most, the Dharma, not our opinions about the Dharma. One practice these masters emphasize, speaking well of others, especially those not present. When great Lamas talk about other teachers, even teachers from different traditions or schools, they find something to praise, some quality to recognize, some contribution to honor. They don't pretend everyone teaches the same way or agrees on everything, but they highlight what's valuable rather than what's lacking. This creates a culture. When students see their teachers speaking respectfully about other teachers, they learn to do the same. When they hear praise rather than criticism, they internalize that as the norm. And gradually, the whole community becomes less divisive, less critical, more generous in how it views others. The Buddha taught that words shape communities. If the predominant speech in a community is critical, gossipy, judgmental, that community will fragment. If the predominant speech is appreciative, supportive, unifying, that community will cohere and strengthen. This doesn't mean pretending there are no problems or avoiding difficult conversations. The Master Lamas don't ignore issues. They don't sweep conflicts under the rug. They address problems directly when needed. But they do it in ways that build rather than destroy. They look for solutions that honor everyone involved. They speak truth without creating enemies. This is extraordinarily skillful work. It requires wisdom to see situations clearly, compassion to care about everyone's well-being, and tremendous patience to work through conflicts that have no easy answers. Sometimes, despite all efforts, divisions happen anyway. Groups split, communities fracture, people go their separate ways. The masters accept this when it's truly inevitable, but they work hard to make sure it's actually inevitable, not just the result of poor communication, hasty judgment, or failure to try. And even after divisions, they maintain respect and connection where possible. They don't let disagreement become enmity. They don't let separation become hostility. They keep doors open, maintain goodwill, preserve the possibility of future reconciliation. Because they understand something crucial. In spiritual community, there are no enemies. There are only people at different places on the path, with different understandings, different approaches, different challenges. We're all trying to wake up, all trying to end suffering, all working with the same basic human confusion and the same potential for awakening. When we forget this and start treating each other as adversaries, we've lost the plot. We've let the form obscure the essence. The Buddha knew how easily this happens. Even in his own lifetime, there were disputes among his disciples, different interpretations of teachings, different approaches to practice, different views on how the community should be organized. He addressed these conflicts patiently, repeatedly teaching about the importance of harmony. Not harmony that means everyone agrees about everything, but harmony that means people can disagree while still respecting each other, still practicing together, still supporting each other's liberation. This is the harmony the great Lamas work to maintain. And they teach us by example that this work is not beneath anyone. No matter how realized you are, no matter how deep your understanding, maintaining harmony in community is worthy of your energy. Because without community, the Dharma becomes much harder to practice. Without support, encouragement, shared commitment, and mutual accountability, most people's practice gradually weakens and eventually stops. So preserving community isn't just nice to do. It's essential to the Dharma's survival. The Master Lamas know this. That's why they're willing to travel, to mediate, to spend hours in meetings that might seem tedious. They're not just managing organizations. They're protecting the conditions that allow people to wake up. And they're teaching us, through their actions, that this is part of practice too. Not just sitting on your cushion, but maintaining the community that makes sitting possible. Not just your own liberation, but creating conditions for others' liberation. The Buddha called this bodhicitta, the awakened heart that works for everyone's freedom, not just your own. And it shows up in very practical ways, like choosing your words carefully so you don't create unnecessary division, like speaking well of those not present, like working patiently to build bridges between people and groups. This is what the great Lamas teach us through how they spend their time and energy. That harmony is sacred. That community is precious. That preserving these is worthy of a master's full attention. A spiritual teacher once proposed a simple test to his students. If you want to know how you're really doing in your practice, he said, try this experiment. Sit alone in a room. No phone, no computer, no book, no television, no music, no podcast, nothing visual or auditory to occupy your attention. Just you, sitting in silence. And notice what happens. The students shifted uncomfortably. This sounded easy in theory, but somehow threatening in practice. The teacher continued, "How long does it take before you start feeling uncomfortable? Before your mind starts generating problems? Before you tell yourself something harsh? Before you get restless and want to escape?" "This is your thermometer," he explained. "Your measure of inner peace or lack thereof. If you can sit comfortably in silence for an hour, you're in pretty good shape. If you start suffering after 5 minutes, you have work to do. One student asked, "But isn't it normal to get bored just sitting there?" "Bored isn't the same as suffering," the teacher replied. "I'm not talking about boredom. I'm talking about the quality of your inner life when you have nothing to distract you from it." He painted a clearer picture. When you sit in silence, does your mind immediately start recycling old resentments? Does it start worrying about upcoming events? Does it start criticizing yourself? Does anxiety arise for no particular reason? Does loneliness feel unbearable? Or can you simply be with yourself, not doing anything, not producing anything, not solving anything, not entertaining yourself, just being present with the basic fact of your own existence? Most people, the teacher explained, can't do this for long. And that inability reveals something important. The Buddha taught that when we quiet the mind, we see what's really there. Usually we're too distracted to notice our underlying state. We move from one activity to another, one conversation to the next, one distraction to another distraction. And beneath all that constant doing and engaging, there's a quality of mind we don't often encounter directly. For some people, it's relatively peaceful. When they stop and sit, they find a basic okayness, a kind of contentment that doesn't require anything special to maintain. But for many people, probably most, stopping reveals discomfort. Not because something's wrong in that moment, but because they're finally feeling what's been there all along, usually obscured by constant activity. The teacher explained what happens to most people when they try this experiment. After a few minutes, thoughts start coming, he said. Not gentle, friendly thoughts, but agitated ones. You remember something someone said last week that bothered you. You start rehearsing an argument. You start worrying about something that might happen tomorrow. You start criticizing yourself for not being more productive, more successful, more together. Or you start feeling an emotion that seems to come from nowhere. Anxiety, sadness, restlessness, a kind of low-level panic. And you want out. You want your phone. You want to turn on the TV. You want to do something, anything, to avoid sitting with this inner experience. This is what the teacher meant by using silence as a thermometer. It measures how much we're running from ourselves. Why do we fill every moment with noise? Why do we reach for our phones the instant we have a free moment? Why do we need background music or television even when we're not really watching or listening? Why can't we just sit and wait without immediately pulling out something to occupy our attention? The Buddha would say, because we're avoiding ourselves. There's something in the silence we don't want to meet, some discomfort, some pain, some basic dissatisfaction with existence that we've learned to manage through constant distraction. And as long as we're running, we never have to face it directly. but we also never have a chance to work with it, to understand it, to transform it. The teacher mentioned meditation retreats. When people go on retreat and observe silence for several days, he said, the first 3 days are usually difficult, very difficult. All the agitation that's usually dispersed through talking, through activity, through constant engagement, it has nowhere to go. It just churns inside, creating what feels like a storm. People experience intense emotions, racing thoughts, physical restlessness. They want to quit. They wonder what they've gotten themselves into. But around day 3 or 4, something remarkable happens. The storm starts to settle. The whirlpool that their constant talking and thinking had been creating in their mind begins to calm. And beneath all that agitation, they discover a peace they'd forgotten existed. A deep, still, spacious peace that was always there, just obscured by the tornado of mental and verbal activity. This is what the Buddha called our natural state. Not agitated, not disturbed, not filled with problems, just present, aware, basically okay with what is. But we've covered this natural state with so much noise, external and internal, that we've forgotten it's there. We think the agitation is normal. We think the constant mental chatter is just how minds work. We think we need all this stimulation and distraction to be okay. But the Buddha discovered otherwise. When you actually let the mind settle, when you stop feeding the agitation, when you become comfortable with silence, a different quality of consciousness emerges. Not boring, spacious, not empty in a deficient way, full in a way that doesn't require adding anything. The teacher gave his students homework. This week, he said, try the silence experiment. Find 15 minutes when you can sit alone with nothing to distract you. Don't try to meditate or practice anything special. Just sit and notice what happens. Notice how long it takes before discomfort arises. Notice what form the discomfort takes. Notice what stories your mind starts telling, what emotions emerge, what you want to run toward or away from. This will show you very clearly what you're working with in your practice. What patterns are running beneath the surface, what you've been avoiding by staying so busy. And then, he added, you can start working with it intentionally, instead of just running from it unconsciously. The Buddha taught that knowing yourself is the beginning of wisdom. Not the self-concept you've constructed, but your actual lived experience. What's really going on beneath your presentations and distractions. And silence is the mirror that shows this clearly. When you can sit comfortably in silence, it means you're comfortable with yourself, with reality, with existence as it actually is, rather than as you wish it were. This doesn't mean you have no problems or challenges. It means your basic state isn't one of resistance, agitation, or escape. And from that basic ease, everything else becomes workable. Problems can be addressed without panic. Challenges can be met without collapse. Life can unfold without constant crisis. This is the peace the Buddha points us toward. Not the absence of difficulty, but the presence of a mind that can meet difficulty without fragmenting. And it begins with something as simple as sitting alone in silence, learning to be comfortable with your own company, discovering the peace that's been waiting beneath the noise all along. We've traveled far together tonight, through stories of grandparents fighting in cars and secretaries with golden manners, through the week of impossible honesty and the man demanding the best medicine, through Gandhi's gamble and the master who wasted no words. You've heard about childhood scars that never healed and monks who spoke without sound, about 90-year-olds sharing their wisdom and couples at restaurants revealing our patterns. Each story has been a seed planted in the quiet soil of your awareness. The Buddha taught that when we gain insight, we don't keep it for ourselves. We dedicate whatever understanding has arisen, whatever clarity has emerged, to the benefit of all beings. May the wisdom in these stories serve not just you, but everyone you speak to. May the awareness you've cultivated here ripple outward through your words, touching lives in ways you may never see. Your growth isn't separate from others' growth. When you speak more consciously, you create space for others to do the same. When you choose healing over harm, you model a different possibility. Take your time returning to whatever comes next. Notice how you feel. Notice if something has shifted, even subtly, in how you hear your own words forming. This week, pay attention to what leaves your mouth. Just notice. That's where transformation begins, in the simple act of awareness. You can return to these teachings any time. They're here waiting, like a garden you can visit whenever you need, reminding of what matters. Until we meet again, may your words be seeds of peace.